Chapter 1247. Lionel raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he had ever heard shock in Wise Star Order's voice. Even when he had been taken off guard by the fact Lionel's innate node had regrown itself, it had been marred by so much pain that it didn't shine through the way that it should have. And, quite frankly, if Wise Star Order had to decide what he was more shocked by, it was definitely this realization. What's wrong with you? WH, what's wrong with me? Wise Star Order didn't even have a witty comeback ready this time. He was caught between wanting to strangle Lionel to death, bashing his head against a wall, and praying to a non-existent god to explain to him if he had already died and entered the gates of hell. Wise Star Order took deep breaths. His murderous thoughts would only end up harming himself. He had become used to controlling his impulses enough that he calmed eventually, shaking his head furiously. Say what you said one more time. I'm hungry, Lionel murmured. Visit. For the best known of the experience, he sat up, ready to ignore Wise Star Order to go and deal with that. But he suddenly found a familiar table once again spread with food. However, this time, he hadn't been able to smell anything because it was all so perfectly packaged and ready. Lionel blinked and walked over, opening the first container. When the aroma hit him, he felt his legs go weak. This food, it was heaven sent. He had never felt such a strong need to stuff his face until his body imploded. This time, he didn't control his impulses, immediately diving in. Just the first bite made his blood lap around his body, surging around at ungodly speeds and making his heart sing. This is so good. You little bastard. Answer my question. You didn't ask a question. Lionel spoke between muffled bites. You stupidly asked me to repeat something you already heard the first time more than clearly enough. What's wrong with you, old man? Have you gone senile already? Wise Star Order's deep breaths got louder. Lionel thought about making a lewd joke, but he eventually refrained. This old man really seemed like he might explode any time now. Visit. For a better user experience, all right. Fine. Where are these supposed 10 nodes of yours? The first is in my brainstem, 2 down my spine, 1 for each of my lungs, 1 in my stomach, 1 for the outflow of blood through my heart, and 1 for the inflow. Finally, there's 1 in my left kidney, and my Scarlet Star Force innate node is in my right kidney. Wise Star Order fell into silence for a very long time, almost as though he had to go and confirm this for himself. Unfortunately, his perception was limited while stuck within the necklace, so he could only vaguely make out that Lionel was, indeed, telling the truth. But that only floored him all the more. Why? Wise Star Order was a savant, so he had never had to form nodes of his own. Or, more accurately, he couldn't. This was the trade-off that came with being granted among the most powerful talent potentials in all of the universe. But that didn't mean he didn't have a strong fundamental understanding. Unlike other savants, Wise Star Order could take over bodies. As such, he had certain methods to circumvent his limitations as a savant. No body he had ever taken over had been in the third dimension, so he had never experienced it personally, but he knew exactly how important the foundation of nodes in the third dimension could become in the future. Why? Don't you think that's the perfect setup for nodes? Basically, my entire respiratory system is boosted by force. Unfortunately, after my innate node regrew, I abandoned much of my initial goals for my nodes. Most of my strength comes from either my raw body strength or external force now. Visit. For the best NG experience, what? Yeah, Lionel said absent-mindedly, still devouring container after container of food. Because all of my nodes are connected and work in a feedback loop of sorts, I have to be careful because of my Scarlet Star Force innate node. For example, when I take a breath, oxygen floods my lungs. That process is immediately amplified by my nodes, and it facilitated the diffusion of oxygen into my bloodstream. That blood will make it to my heart and be rushed out by yet another node. Then there's the matter of my kidneys and stomach. My blood is constantly being passively purified, but not as much as it technically could. Together, the system is efficient. But because of the bottleneck of the weakness of my body, I can't make full use of it. If I let it all go and work like it was meant to, I feel like I would burn up from the inside out. If I wasn't limited like this, I would have probably reached the peak of the snowy star owl lineage factor a long time ago. Y-Star Order found himself taking long breaths again. If he still had a heart and lungs, it would probably be leaping out of his throat right this moment. He really couldn't control himself any longer. If he heard one more nonsensical thing, he might completely explode. Let me get this straight. You formed 10 nodes capable of perfectly supplementing your boda's strength in every way. But because you were afraid of a node you were born with as a baby, you put it under lock and key and continued like nothing was wrong? Visit. For the best no-understanding experience, Linnell blinked, pondering for a moment as he swallowed a mouthful of rich soup. He wanted to describe it as liquid gold, but he was certain that gold wasn't anywhere near as appetizing. For a moment, he almost forgot to answer the question. Well, it's not exactly like that. It wasn't the innate node I was born with as a baby. It's like 100 times bigger than it was then, and I hadn't had it all my life. That thing's dangerous. I'm gonna kill him. I'm really gonna kill him. Chapter 1248. It took a long time for Y-Star Order to calm down. Or, more accurately, for him to stop writhing under the torture the necklace put him through to force him to calm down. Even after he was heaving for breath for a reason beyond his anger, it still didn't seem to have faded. For as long as he could remember, Y-Star Order had always hated stupid people. This was why his last life was among the hardest to pull off, because he actually had to be nice to idiots. It was a torturous hell all to its own. After his centuries of sacrifice didn't pan out like he wanted, he had reverted to his old self. No, he was even worse. If he hadn't been restrained, he might have really killed Lionel, even if it meant never getting the answers he wanted. Do you have any idea how important your nodes are to the foundation of your strength? How is it that you've even survived this long? Well, I have a pretty special magic system backing me. Thanks to my mage core, using atmospheric force is pretty easy. So, ignoring my nodes has always been pretty easy. Lionel's mage core had blossomed into an enormous tree by this point in his ethereal glabella. It was covered in the same 5 colored leaves that had made up the original, but now there was a 6th slowly germinating and rooting itself. It had a radiant blue color and was sometimes misty, sometimes icy, and other times as free-flowing as water. From the very beginning, the mage core represented the true state of Camelot's magic. With it, Lionel didn't need a spiritual medium like a wand or a staff to use magic. As such, ignoring his own nodes had been exceptionally easy. Visit. For the best known experience-wise, Star Order paused. He had been in Lionel's ethereal glabella before. Of course, he had been distracted by the 7 stars, but there was no way Head missed the mage core, especially after he had hidden the second half of his soul away. Lionel's mother had a lot of new things he could learn about the mage core and the techniques she had left behind for him, but he had yet to get to them just yet. Do you have any idea what you've been doing to yourself? Lionel laughed. Why don't you just explain instead of tiptoeing around everything so you can have more chances to call me an idiot? Ignoring your own nodes is like trying to breathe with your lungs clipped. It's like trying to speak without a tongue. It's like trying to eat without your fucking stomach. How could you be so stupid? Lionel shook his head. You think I don't realize this is a problem? But what do you want me to do about it? The innate node Miguel took out of him was the size of a thumbnail. Mine is the size of a fist. Do you not understand my dilemma here? Y-Star Order was taken aback again. What? It's the size of a fist. It's taken over my whole right kidney. If I don't restrict my nodes, all of my blood would flow through it. If that happens, it'll literally burn from the inside out. You wouldn't even have a chance at taking over my body anymore at that point. Visit. For a better user experience, Y-Star Order was, once again, left entirely speechless. An innate node the size of a fist? That was completely unheard of. To put this matter into perspective, the fact Lionel had formed his regular nodes out of 100 cells already placed him at the pinnacle of geniuses. What made innate nodes so special aside from the power of force they held was the fact they were so large to begin with. A fingernail compared to the size of a 100-cell node was astronomical. If you also consider the fact that a 10-cell node was already considered to be quite large, then the fact that most could only form one-cell nodes, and you'd understand just how exaggerated this matter was. Y-Star Order couldn't even begin to wrap his head around what the hell a node the size of a fist represented. In fact, his head felt light, and he didn't even want to argue anymore. Explain how you formed your 10 nodes to me. Lionel just gave Y-Star Order a casual explanation. He had felt like the only way to reach 100% compatibility with his nodes was to form 10. It was the only way to ensure that he got both his kidneys, as that everything would be balanced. After listening, Y-Star Order fell into deep silence. Lionel could feel him calculating something, though he felt that his tools were more lacking than his were to do so. Was this how normal people thought? It seemed slow and inefficient. Visit. For a better user experience, though, that conclusion was only considering Y-Star Order's raw soul strength. He still computed things faster than Lionel overall. He was just wasting his max potential. But that could only be expected considering he didn't have Lionel's ability nor the higher-level Dreamforce. I see. By the time Y-Star Order had spoke, Lionel was already on his last container of food, the satisfaction he felt not wavering in the slightest. It should be a series of compounding factors, trying to form both nodes at the same time. Your father's concoctions. The fact that the locations you chose happened to mirror each other perfectly. The fact that one of those locations happened to be the exact location our node had been birthed into in the first place. The fact you were actually stupid enough to try. You really are a lucky bastard to be alive right now. Lionel raised an eyebrow. There's something you're still not telling me. It's not that I'm not telling you. It's that it's far above your pay grade. Why do you think there's a hard cap at 9 nodes? What's regulating the limits? What's stopping people from forming 10, 11, 12, 50 even? You basically stole energy from the regulator of the dimensional verse and used it to do something that should have been impossible. The latest _, course ODs are on _the website. Chapter 1249. Lionel placed down his final plate, his brows furrowing. Regulator? You're not a complete fool when you decide so. Think about it with that head of yours. When a weapon reaches the life grade, it becomes a holistic whole, fusing to become something of complete oneness and becoming a unique existence. Across cultures, there are countless philosophies that follow that sort of mantra. Lionel nodded. He could already think of one, and that was just Earth. The concept of 1 giving birth to 2, and 2 to 3, and 3 to 1. A cyclical beauty. It seemed that the life grade was very much like this philosophy. Since you know, then the answer is both simple and complex. What is the bigger example of oneness than the entire dimensional verse itself? Lionel froze. He didn't know if he was imagining it, but he felt as though a strong breeze had brushed against the back of his neck, sending a tingling sensation down his back. Y-Star Order frowned. He understood. The Luxnick's ancestor hadn't expected this. Understanding this was both a blessing and a curse, and it was also the key to grasping the God path far beyond the first step of the 6th dimension. But the curse portion of this all weighed exceptionally heavy. It was all speculation, and even Y-Star Order had only heard tidbits and rumors about it. For once, he had harmed Lionel without even trying to do so. He had genuinely not expected Lionel to grasp anything from the words he had just spoken. Visit. For a better user experience, the difference between understanding and truly understanding were two different concepts. It was like the difference between knowing that a car ran on gas and understanding how combustion engines worked. They couldn't be compared. The fact that Lionel understood what he meant with just a single sentence spoke volumes about the kind of level his mind worked at. Seems you screwed me this time, old bastard. You win another round. Y-Star Order's lip twitched. He understood to that depth as well. I really didn't even do it on purpose this time. How could I think a fool like you could have a little bit of intelligence? What Lionel had understood was complex and multi-layered, but he was fairly certain that his conclusion was correct. Everything is a matter of perspective. He thought to himself, A weapon is considered to be an object, but how many metals is it forged of? And could it even be considered independent of its creators? And even if it entered the life grade, would it really, truly be one existence? What about its atoms? What about the parts of its atoms? The parts of those parts? Everything can be broken down into something smaller, technically, but that also means that the larger your scope and the broader your sight, the bigger your definition of oneness becomes. A city, a country, a planet, a star, a solar system, a galaxy. On a large enough scale, even a universe can be counted as one. In that case, if a universe is a perfectly closed system, wouldn't it too be in the life grade? Maybe it would be at a level within the life grade we can't fathom, but it would still be at that level regardless. In that case, could it too have its own personality? Lionel had concluded all of this in an instant, and that comprehension made him feel like he had been marked somehow, as though he was now being constantly monitored. It made his hair stand on end. The latest of course oddies are on _ website. Swoosh. Bang. Lionel's body increased by size before being squeezed back down, the definition of his muscles seeming to only grow. Tier 5. The fifth dimension should have been far slower than the fourth, and in Lionel's case, it technically was. After all, he had leapt through the fourth dimension in a single bound. But that was only because he had practiced Metal Body first, something it had taken Lionel months to years of effort to reach any sort of accomplishment in. But his pace through the fifth dimension felt blazing. He wasn't even relying on like he could have. His mind was constantly evolving on its own, without even much conscious effort. Lionel had a feeling that this had to be related to his king's might. Something about his will being tangible made breaking through these shackles feel exceptionally easy. One way or another, you would have been marked by the regulator. Your Scarlet Star Force innate node is basically a natural disaster waiting to happen. Just consider this an early initiation. I feel like we're missing the important topic at hand here. There's nothing more to say. Congratulations. You've learned about the glass ceiling. Feel free to feel despair. ITLL, give me some sorely needed entertainment. You've been stuck in a bronze tablet for years. I'm sure you can do with some boredom. What do you know? The Luxnix family estate is always filled with drama. You'd be surprised how much fun you can have peeking into everyone's private lives. If you're a pervert, just say so, old man. Visit. For a better user experience, I'm not going to let an impotent virgin like you ruin my fond brat. Lionel's lip twitched. Virgin was fair enough, but when did he become impotent? He had a ceiling tile with a hole through it to prove his point. You want to talk. You couldn't even have sex with your own body, even if you wanted to. Take that back. Oh, did I strike a nerve? Oh my. I'm shivering in my boots. I'm going to enjoy killing you. Why? So you can have sex with my body. You really are a pervert. Wise Star Order seemed to realize at this point that he was close to losing the war. How had he let Lionel catch onto one of his weaknesses like this? He had slipped up. Without a choice, he forced himself to change the subject. Just stop holding back your nodes, Brad. The entire point of a nodes is to connect with your others. At this point, you're like a constipated middle-aged woman on menopause. You need to release. And now that you've waited so long, it's going to hurt like hell. Couldn't you have picked a better analogy? The latest _ sodies are on _ the website. Chapter 1250. I need you to understand how horrible what you've done to your body is. Have you never held in a fart for too long? I don't understand how you don't feel uncomfortable all over. Plus, do you never sleep? How did you even manage to keep this up? Lionel frowned. He had never felt uncomfortable. Plus, even if he did, what was a little discomfort compared to being fried to ash by his own innate node? A part of him still somewhat believed that Wise Star Order was trying to trick him again, but he deduced that that was unlikely. Also, it wasn't very difficult to manage this because he just set one of his minds to the task. You're pretty vulgar for an old man. Now that I think about it, I have 2 savants under my wing. You can train them. Wise Star Order had been too surprised today, so he had begun to think a measure before he spoke. Still, hearing that Lionel had 2 savants with him made him speechless again. Since when did his kind start to grow on trees? But, worse yet, what made Lionel think he could train them? He had his ability, and they had their own. Plus, wasn't he afraid that Head used the savants to mess with him? The relationship between master and disciple was pretty special, and savants could either be much harder or much easier to manipulate than a normal human. He was playing a risky game here. What makes you think I can train them? Even if you don't have their abilities, I'm sure you have a deep understanding of what it means to grow powerful as a savant. Plus, you've seen a lot. What are their abilities? One has a spatial lock ability, the other has a defensive mirror ability. They both seem to be variations or mutations of known ability indexes, Vice with a spatial affinity ability index, and Candle with an energy shield ability index. Visit for the best no_energy experience. Lucky brats. Wise Star Order was jealous. If he had those abilities instead of his own, he would have been able to do great things. In the end, he shook his head. He wasn't naive enough to believe that was true. If he had been born with another ability, not only would he have lost his long lifespan, but he might not have been able to keep his abilities a secret. By then, he would have become a weapon of war for the Luxniks like so many other savants before him. All right, he'll guide them. But don't blame me when they become more loyal to me than you. Lionel chuckled. What choice did he have? He was completely unequipped to care for savants, and the actions of his grandfather, though a risk mitigation measure, had made them only more unpredictable. Wise Star Order definitely wasn't normal, and he had his quirks. But he still functioned within realms of reasons to certain predictable limits. He was on a spectrum, but it wasn't to the point Lionel couldn't understand him. Vice and Candle, however, were completely antisocial and couldn't properly interact with the world. They needed a mentor like Wise Star Order if they would be Lionel's guards in the future. Plus, what other option was there? At least he had a modicum of control over Wise Star Order. If he handed them to some teacher with unknown motives at the Void Palace, who knew what could happen? Lionel stood, arranging the containers. After he was done, he thought for a moment before pulling out a large basin 3/4 the height of a normal man. Then, he filled it up with cleansing waters. Visit. For the best no_energy experience, he thought that he should at least do this here and like this. If he was really going to die, then hopefully his mom and grandmother would be able to stabilize the situation. If he was within the segmented cube, who knew what might happen? Don't tell me. I've heard the spiel already. Just rip the Band-Aid off now. I use this water to flush my toilets. Good? Good. Now, focus, and try not to die here. Lionel threw his boxers to one side and hopped in, a cool and refreshing feeling hitting him from head to toe. Even after so long, 6-dimensional cleansing waters would never not feel soothing to an extreme. I need a new word for you. Idiot and fool doesn't seem to cut it. You have this kind of treasure, and you don't even know how to use it. How are you supposed to use cleansing water properly if you've sealed off your nodes? It's through them you're supposed to take in the greatest benefits. Why are you using it like normal water? Wise Star Order had reached the point of shedding tears. He truly couldn't take it anymore. Lionel stopped listening to the old man. He had only brought out cleansing waters because they had an exceptionally high boiling point, and its specific heat made regular water look like a highly conductive metal. No need to overthink it. Just relax. Lionel slowly released control over his nodes, allowing force to flow through them naturally. He began very slowly, only going bit by bit. Even if this was the natural state of things, after so long doing things the wrong way, he didn't think that letting it go all at once would be a good thing. But then, the pain came. Visit. For a better user experience, say, heart-tearing bloating began to push out from within him. Lionel grit his teeth, his skin beginning to glow a fierce red. But, just as that was happening, as though a sieve had been connected to the inside of his body, Lionel suddenly felt the cleansing waters around him drill into his pores and enter him. His mind was suddenly on full alert, but the feeling felt so good that his inhibitions seemed to all be released at once, an involuntary moan leaving his lips. Somehow, with timing blessed by the gods, the door to Lionel's penthouse suite opened at that moment. Lionel's and Anna's eyes met across space, but the former's face was still contorted with pleasure. With most of his body being submerged underwater, making it difficult to see much of anything outside the strong outline of his collarbone and upper chest, the situation was simply impossible to explain. Aina blinked and smiled lightly. Without a word, she went to the table and scooped up all of the containers in her arms. Her steps were elegant and unhurried, a radiant beauty beyond words exuding from her. Just the delicate fragrance she released alone was more enticing than even she could imagine. Her appearance only made it harder for Lionel to control how the cleansing waters were making him feel. For a moment, something within his lower belly truly did light on fire, though it was hard to tell if it was lust or his innate node trying to burn a hole through him. To Lionel, this was even worse than getting caught snuggling with Joel. He couldn't even find the words to speak. "I will bring you dinner later. You can focus on your relaxing." With a click, the door closed. Visit for a better_user experience. Chapter 12:51. Why Star Order was really his unlucky star. Lionel rarely experienced embarrassment in his life, and he definitely didn't feel it to a deep degree even when he did. But now this was already twice in just a few days he had. There was no coincidence. He blamed the old bastard. Unfortunately, he didn't get to linger on these thoughts for long, because almost the exact instant Aina left once more, a loop of pain and relief seemed to take Lionel's life over completely. In the third dimension, one formed their nodes, and the fourth, not only did you strengthen the body, but you also forged nodal pathways. After the initial third dimension, there were only the bare-bone connections between your 9 nodes, so it was up to the individual to complete what was essentially a new organ system. Lionel had, of course, done this long ago. He had spent many months in the dimensional cleanse trial world and had taken the time to finish there. But those new pathways had never been used at all. The good news was that as Lionel's body grew stronger, so did they. The bad news was that the sudden and novel feeling sent his body into a state of shock that was hard to recover from. When the pain reached its peak, the cleansing waters would cease to take action, and Lionel would find himself on cloud 9, only for the pain to cycle back again. It was almost like having a pulsing migraine that tricked you into believing that it was gone every few minutes, only for it to come back the moment you shifted your head the slightest bit. All this time, Y-Star Order had completely tuned Lionel out. Even now, he was in a state of shock, stealing energy from the regulator. They always theorized that this was the only way past the glass ceiling, but no one had ever succeeded. It really took a brat who didn't know the word fear to do it. How many geniuses are rolling in their graves right now? Visit. For a better_user experience-wise, Star Order knew Lionel had done it completely by accident. Or had he? His father, Y-Star Order's gaze narrowed. Was it really luck? He had never heard of someone being able to regrow an innate node. From the very beginning, an innate node wasn't something normal people should have. This was why a birth was followed by a phenomena. If Lionel's father wasn't as powerful as he was, Lionel would have been smited the moment he was born. Innate nodes were already at the limit of the regulator's tolerance, and that was especially so for Scarlet Star Force in specific. So the question was, how the hell could you regrow such a thing? There's one more variable in all of this that I didn't consider. I dismissed it because he called it something as ridiculous as a vomit brew. But what if the trigger for this wasn't his stupidity, but rather his father's genius? Regrowing an innate node should be impossible. But if I had to speculate about one thing that would be capable of doing so, it would be the energy of the regulator. The latest _regulator for SOTIs are on the website. Y-Star Order's mind spun. He was a man who had seen so much of the world, and yet he still had fear for Lionel's father. After all the crap he had spoken about how weak the human domain was, he still felt this way. Lionel was simply unaware of the kind of man his father really was, and what it was that he represented. As the hours waned, Lionel's labored breathing didn't seem to slow. True to her word, Aina did return with dinner as dusk approached, but when she saw Lionel still unmoving, her brows furrowed lightly. By this point, The basin, which had once been filled with clear water, was now filled with a thick, violet liquid that gave off a foul smell that had ruined the ambience of the entire room. Aina was instantly able to tell that it was impurities and waste. But that should have been completely black. This dark purple didn't make sense. But then it hit her. Blood. Lionel had actually bled to the point of turning the entire basin of water from a pitch black to a dark violet. She had no idea what he was doing, but a tinge of worry couldn't help but flicker in her eyes. Aina used her blood force affinity to form Lionel's blood into a vessel to shuttle the water and impurities out. It was only at that point that she noticed that Lionel had actually been using cleansing waters, something that only left her more baffled. Cleansing waters were among the purest substances in all of existence. Even when her curse was acting up, it had evaporated in these waters as though it had never been there. Logically, with the self-cleaning ability of cleansing waters, something like what was happening now shouldn't have been possible. The latest _ig_SODIes are on website. Still, Aina didn't stall. She found the segmented cube to the side and filled the basin with cleansing waters once more. After another look toward Lionel, she left silently. Maybe she didn't even realize how unbothered and unfazed she had been by his naked body. What neither Aina nor Lionel knew at this point was that Y-Star Order was truly speechless by this point. He could hardly wrap his head around just how lucky this body was. He should have known that stealing energy from the regulator wasn't so simple. It seemed that there had indeed been ill effects. However, because Lionel made the choice to seal his nodes away, it had never taken deep root. That foul energy that was able to make even cleansing waters murky was known as anarchic force. Though it had a name that could be considered quite interesting, it was nothing but a death sentence. Anarchic force didn't follow the laws of the universe as it should. It was considered to be the throw-away force of the universe, the force that had no use other than to take up space, stir chaos, and act as a leech. In the simplest terms possible, it was unusable energy, and it was a cancer. All force tended toward anarchic force, and there were even theories that once all force had reached this state, the universe itself would die. For a force user, having this stuff in your body was like a human suffering radiation poison. Damn it, I missed another chance to kill him. Visit for a better user experience. Chapter 1252. It took Lionel several days before he could feel something outside a perpetual cycle of pain. Even the soothing effect of his cleansing water only made the torture worse because it continued to remind him of what it felt like to not experience heartrending pain day in and day out. When it finally came to a stop, Lionel's body felt so weak that he directly fell asleep again, unable to move. He didn't know that he had another close shave with death, nor did he know about anarchic force. All he knew was that he needed sleep, and hopefully food when he woke up. Lionel didn't feel particularly good when his eyes finally opened once more. It felt like a cross between him having slept for too long and yet somehow not enough. His head was foggy and his body felt as though it had been put through hours of torture. Though, that was exactly what had happened. I feel like crap. Lionel shook his head, his eyes taking much longer to adjust to the light than it should have. He realized he was naked, but he was far too lazy to do anything about it. Just moving his limbs around make him feel as though he had torn every muscle fiber in his body. For the first time in a while, he didn't even feel immediately hungry either. After so long suppressing himself, this was an inevitable reality Lionel was forced to face. It was as though he had let a wound scab over, but had now picked it clean once again to allow it to heal properly. Visit for a better user experience despite this, though Lionel felt an overwhelming power rushing through his veins. It took him a while to register it because of how crappy he felt, but once he did, he suddenly couldn't take his mind off of it. It had practically consumed him. This much. To Lionel's surprise, the largest change wasn't even to his force and force nodes. Rather, it was to his metal body and metal synergy lineage factor. What Lionel hadn't realized was that his metal synergy lineage factor was like a separate organ system all to its own as well. The runes that grew across his body could be considered to be manifestations of said organ system. However, this organ system was special in that it could be activated and deactivated. While in its deactivated state, it was much weaker, and as such, Lionel's body was far more susceptible to harm than it would be otherwise. This was why Lionel's defenses were so much greater when his bronze runes were visible. What Lionel had never considered was the mechanism behind this. When one thought about it, didn't Lionel's defenses come from his metal body? Since that was a technique he trained in, why did it matter whether his bronze runes were activated or not? The answer to that question lied in the method by which the metal synergy lineage factor circumvented many of the weaknesses that usually came with defense lineage factors like heavy weight, slow speed, and low flexibility. Visit. For the best noticeable experience, the bronze runes were an amplification measure that relied on force to synergize with Lionel's metal body and bring out its true strength, while not hampering him as much as other lineage factors would. To make something that was extraordinarily complex simple, Lionel's bronze runes needed his nodal organ system to display their full potential. Why was it that the Morales clan elders had freaked out when Lionel tried to awaken his metal synergy lineage factor before forming all 9 of his nodes? It was precisely because this foundation was extraordinarily important towards setting a wielder of the metal synergy lineage factor up for success. Lionel raised his hand to his face. A slight discomfort and a bloated feeling coursed through him as he activated his bronze runes on it. And, after just a moment of observation, he sucked in a cold breath. My metal body now, with my bronze runes deactivated, is about as strong as it was before with runes. And now, with my bronze runes activated in full force, my defenses are 3 to 5 times greater than they had been before. If before Lionel could match up to lower tier and lower quality 5th dimension weapons in hardness with his bronze runes activated, now it wouldn't be guaranteed that even a quasi 6th dimensional blade could harm him. Wow. The latest Corsodies are on the website. Lionel had always been underwhelmed by his tier 9 metal body. He had used the silver tablet to accelerate his progress toward it, but he never felt the sort of invincibility it should have. People seemed to be able to harm him far too easily, and the gap between him and Miguel still felt difficult to bridge. Lionel had dismissed this odd feeling of his because he was used to his metal body being weaker than normal. Back when he was in the 3rd dimension, his 4th dimensional metal body was also lacking. So, he had just assumed that it was because his dimension tier was lagging behind it once again. He didn't realize until now that he was shooting himself in the foot. The metal synergy lineage factor in conjunction with the technique represented the strongest defensive lineage factor in the whole of the human domain. There was no other that came even close. The Morales were untouchable in this aspect. With a tier 9 metal body and his bronze runes activated, considering the fact Lionel had opened all 9 nested doorways of the 5th dimension, harming him should have been an extraordinarily difficult task. To explain things as simply as possible, to the current Lionel, unless you could display 6th-dimensional strength, you should forget about leaving even the slightest mark on his skin so long as his bronze runes were activated. It was as simple as that. Lionel tried to take a deep breath, but his heart and lungs protested almost immediately. He settled for more shallow breathing, his eyes looking toward empty space. Somehow, this only felt like the tip of the iceberg. Just what else had he missed out on? Just 2 today, everyone. Sprints away. The latest Corsodies are on the website. Chapter 1253. The next change Lionel felt was to his brain activity. Lionel's intelligence was always a fairly unique thing and didn't exactly work like everyone else's did. According to Lionel's father, Lionel's ability had awoken long before everyone else of Earth. This was because Lionel had been born on planet Luxnix and not Earth like his mother had been. For his own reasons, Velasco had sealed Lionel away, restricting him from accessing his ability too soon. This was exactly why the force distribution during the awakening had only left such a small sliver for Lionel. He didn't need to be given his ability, as he already had it. However, even sealed, Lionel's intelligence had still been beyond most, though not as exaggerated as it was now. Lionel had been in Class A of Royal Blue Academy, a great feat, but he had been third in his class behind Aina and Alan. There were maybe a few reasons for this, but the main reason was because of the Ascension Empire's restrictions on books and knowledge. Lionel wasn't allowed to return with his books home, as he lived on a paradise island, and as such, he didn't get nearly as much time to study as others who lived on campus. But even with this being true, the reality was that things just didn't click as easily for Lionel then as they did now. He was always lacking in something, and that was greatly related to his ability. The latest underscoring course oddies are on the website. In the dimensional verse, there could be considered to be two roots of intelligence. The first was the soul, and the second was the brain. The two interacted with one another through the ethereal glabella, which could also be considered to be part of the brain, as it was located in the prefrontal cortex of human anatomy. Due to his father, Lionel had lost his connection with his ethereal glabella. As such, he was left with just his brain, leaving him on the same playing field as everyone else. Or so it seemed. The main issue here is that Lionel's brain was fundamentally different from the brains of everyone else on Earth. The spear domain lineage factor rearranged the neural connectivity in his cortex, giving him different anatomy than one would expect to find in a person of Earth. While most people of Earth had a prefrontal cortex designed purely for higher-level functioning, thought, and reasoning, Lionel's own was wired for battle with a spear. The amount of energy allocated to this much more complex interconnectivity left little to the rest of Lionel's mind. And on top of that, his lineage factor hadn't even awoken then, so it was like a continuous siphon of energy toward a bottomless pit of uselessness. And as though that wasn't bad enough, he didn't have his ethereal glabella, which would have been the best power source for it all. It quite literally made Lionel dumber. But why was it that this was all important now? After all, Lionel's ethereal glabella was just fine, and now that he could use Dream Force, the fuel his brain had was far beyond that of 99% of most people. The latest course are on the website. The important thing to consider here is that the brain and the soul had a dependency on one another. Neither was more important than the other. And Lionel just so happened to have had a force node in his brain stem that had been muted all this time, only for it to suddenly be flooded with energy. It was at that moment that Lionel realized his groggy mind wasn't only because of all the pain he had experienced, he quite literally had a concussion right now, and quite a severe one at that. Using his brain stem as a root, while within the fourth dimension, Lionel had taken advantage to route countless nodal pathways through his brain, and now they were all swollen and made his head feel as though it might explode at any moment. And yet, Lionel felt that his mind was on a completely different level than it had ever been. Without even checking, Lionel felt that his number of split minds had increased tenfold. From 10 million, he could control over 100 million now, and he wasn't even sure if that was the limit or an artificial cap he didn't dare to blow by, because this migraine was hunting after his life. The largest change other than this was in Lionel's control ability. It had to be remembered that Tier 4 of Lionel's ability index was control. This tier represented a perfect control over one's body, far greater than most could exhibit. This was the tier Lionel's dream sense technique came from, allowing him to dull his senses to mute pain or maximize his sleep by spreading it across numerous minds. Visit for the best experience right this moment. Lionel felt that his control tier had taken an enormous step forward. Even with the foggy state of his mind, he felt he could accelerate and decelerate his heart on a whim. He could quicken his digestion by diverting energy toward it. He even felt that he could grasp signals as neurons were firing toward his mind before they even made it to his brain. It was as though his entire body had become a hive mind. And if Lionel's deductions were correct, once the swelling of his brain went down and he could finally think clearly again, he might even be able to reach down a cellular level. He didn't think it would be easy, and it would definitely require large amounts of focus and energy, but if he could pull that off, the possibilities were endless. He would be able to direct his passive healing factor towards specific regions to accelerate cell regrowth even faster. He might be able to take control of his stem cells to regrow limbs or circumvent injuries his healing factor alone wouldn't be able to handle. He would be able to change the composition of his muscle so that they could exhibit more power per fiber length than they could in the past. And the largest elephant in the room, he might truly be able to reach a point where he could improve and modify his lineage factors. Of course, Lionel had learned how naive he was to even think of doing so in the past. But this really did open up that door once again. The prowess of the control tier of his ability index was something he had clearly greatly underestimated until this point. None of this even touched the fact that Lionel felt as though his spear domain lineage factor was clearer to him now than it ever had been in the past. Even his breakthrough against Miguel didn't make things feel this obvious and compatible with him. Visit. For a better user experience with force coursing through his brain, his spear domain lineage factor mutations finally got the sort of support it was always meant to, making him feel as though he couldn't bear to use any weapon outside of a spear, like it would be a waste of his ability to even spend time doing so. And yet, it still felt like there was more, as though he was still seeing just the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 1254. With the distribution of his nodes, Lionel realized that the control he had over his body was amplified many times over. If he wanted to control his digestion, he had a node there that could be used. If he wanted to control his heart, he had another 2 nodes there. If he wanted to control his blood and purify it, he had his kidneys. Even if he wanted to breathe better and react faster, he had nodes in his lungs and spine. It wasn't until now Lionel truly grasped how good his decisions from back then were. At the very least, his simulations had not failed him and had only proven to be more accurate, an outright miracle considering just how many things he had gotten wrong. The only shame here was that even Lionel's passive healing factor was taking forever to bring him back up to speed, and he didn't even have the energy to move. He couldn't even enjoy his improvements. It just felt like his body was collapsing. He knew he needed food, but he couldn't even stand right now, let alone eat. Plus, he wasn't sure if his stomach could even handle a high dose of food right now, because it was among the places in his body that he had flooded with nodal pathways. Lionel had half a mind to use dream sense to induce a coma in himself until he could wake up, but his better judgment made him decide against it. Who knew if there were other twists waiting for him? Though Wise Star Order hadn't explained, Lionel could feel that there was something odd in his body. Part of the reason he had pushed himself so far was to ensure he had gotten all out, but what had scared him was that even with his senses, he hadn't been able to detect it. That mysterious black force. It was as though it wasn't there at all, even when it was floating around Lionel like it had been. Even when he could see it with his own eyes, it was as though it was nothing more than a figment of his imagination. The latest open courses are on the website. What was that thing? Lionel's voice came out hoarse. It had no oomph to it at all, making it seem like it had been stripped of all of its base. Anarchic force. Lionel didn't answer for a long while, almost as though he was searing the fear he had felt for that force in his mind. It seemed capable of swallowing everything. If not for the cleansing waters neutralizing it somewhat, he didn't know what he would have done. I don't know how my Scarlet Star Force can embody destruction if that thing exists. Wise Star Order shook his head. It doesn't destroy. It consumes and erases. At least when you're destroyed, some semblance of what you once were remains. Broken pieces ash a mark in the land. When anarchic force moves through, it leaves nothing but the void. The void battlefields are filled with that stuff, aren't they? Visit. For the best experience, Wise Star Order was taken aback. How'd you guess that? Lionel wanted to shrug, but he didn't have the strength to, nor did he want to experience the pain that came with it. His dreamscape had drawn the conclusion for him. The speed his mind worked at now was leagued beyond where it had been in the past. I felt like your choice of the word void wasn't coincidence. Plus, if there was anything that could weaken my ability with its presence alone, it feels like anarchic force is it. Your ability is probably something bestowed upon you by the regulator, right? And I assumed that the only way for that force to have gotten into my body without my knowledge was as some sort of retaliation by the regulator. So, making the leap wasn't too difficult. Wise Star Order shook his head. This brat got smarter. How annoying. You shouldn't think of the regulator as a person. Why not? Visit. For a better user experience, Lionel didn't refute his ancestor. He realized after Wise Star Order said it, he had subconsciously begun to think of the regulator as a singular existence. Because it's the pinnacle of arrogance to do so. Lionel chuckled, but it quickly turned into a wheezing, coughing hybrid. You laugh, but that's only because you know it's true. Personifying the will of the universe is just a coping mechanism. It makes you think that you can defeat it and overcome it, when in reality, it gave birth to all that is. The comprehensions you've grasped are all innately known by it. The abilities you are bestowed are created by it. The force you use to strengthen yourself are produced by it. Even if it was a person, it would be something beyond a god. The quicker you learn that, the greater chance you'll have to live. A rare solemn tone came from Wise Star Order. He was usually deciding between losing his mind and picking which insult to throw at Lionel next. But this time, he was as serious as he could be. Lionel fell into a deep silence, his mind wandering from place to place, but always seeming to return back to Wise Star Order's words. The silence between the two lasted hours, and maybe even Wise Star Order himself thought that Lionel had just accepted his words and left things alone. The light of day waned, and Aina even came once again. Seeing the situation that Lionel was in, she seemed to be able to tell exactly what he needed at a glance and prepared it. There was a delicate sort of silence between the two as she fed Lionel spoonfuls of soup, not even giving him the chance to reject her kind intentions. The latest _of are on the website. Once she was finished, she smiled and left the room even as the lights of dusk finally faded to black. And it was only then that Lionel spoke words froze Wise Star Order completely. If I unite the dimensional verse and make the power the regulator bestows meaningless, wouldn't I be the regulator then? Chapter 1255. Wise Star Order finally realized this kid was insane. This was why the distinguishment between whether Lionel understood or if he truly understood was so important. Wise Star Order was certain that it was the latter. Lionel knew exactly what he was facing, and even took as much as half a day to think about it. And those were the first words he had said. He was a madman. It's the Scarlet Star Force innate node. It has to be. Only someone born with that thing could be so clinically insane. I might not even get a chance to live out the rest of my life in peace. This kid is going to be the death of me. Lionel fell asleep not long after he spoke those words, leaving Wise Star Order to wallow in his own sorrow. The days continued to pass, and Lionel felt a bit better day by day. He had no idea that their return to Void Palace had been delayed because of him. Once again, his mother put her son first and ignored everything else. While this would be fine for the selection, the return to Void Palace was a bit more complex. It was suffice to say that there'd be quite a few unsatisfied people when the time came. But the current Lionel was still oblivious to the coming danger. Regardless, Alienor would never allow Lionel to go out and fight in such a state. Even if it took a year, they could wait until her son was ready. The latest _ODs are on the website. All right, old bastard. Don't you think it's about time you told me what you've been hiding about the bronze tablet? Wise Star Order snorted. What makes you think I've hidden anything? I'm sure you have. You had to play the part of helpless elder. It was a bad choice if you asked me. If you gave me knowledge beyond the scope of the bronze tablet, I would have been more inclined to believe you. But then again, too much knowledge and I would have suspected you anyway. It's all because I didn't think you'd be so stupid. If I knew you were so ignorant to the ways of the dimensional verse, you think I'd waste my time? I could have pulled a book of fantasy from my ass and fed it to you, and you would have believed it. Lionel's lip twitched, but he didn't refute. Wise Star Order was probably right, at least in part. Just start with the simple stuff. Are there really only 3 beasts? Is there nothing after the starry-tailed fox? And tell me what you really know about its lineage factor and how it works. So greedy. You haven't even mastered one yet, but you're concerned about the others. Lionel shook his head. In these last few days, even without going to the bronze tablet, I've felt all my bottlenecks loosen. If I wasn't holding them back for fear for what they do to my body, I probably would have cleared all 3rd awakenings for all 3 branches by now, and maybe even touched upon the 4th. With Lionel released his nodes and nodal pathways, the purifying effect his kidneys had on his blood had shot up astronomically. Because his snowy star owl lineage factor was located in his blood, the synergy of the 2 events was ridiculously high. Lionel didn't even feel he needed to take the bronze tablet with him. Y-Star Order could only roll his eyes. Where's his thank you? This brat had no respect. The latest _courses are on website. The bronze tablet is more than just about increasing the pace of awakening. Without it, you wouldn't be able to feel the gateway to the next lineage factor, even if you awaken it fully. In addition, most of the techniques of the Luxnix, including our Force Art system, are just derivative and fragmented understandings that come from the bronze tablet. Lionel's eyes lit up. So you mean I don't have to form techniques from the ground up? No. So long as you have enough comprehension, it shouldn't be a problem. This was a huge sigh of relief for Lionel. This was one of the things he had felt the most worried about. Then the starry-tailed fox? Lionel asked. I lied back then. The starry-tailed fox doesn't have 4 branches. Rather, it has the standard 3 the snowy star owl and the white stone elephant had. Instead, it's just that its wisdom branch evolves into something more profound and becomes the wisdom spirit branch. So, it has the speed branch, the healing branch, and finally the wisdom spirit branch, each with 4 awakenings of their own. What's so different about it? Why do you care so much now? You're nowhere close to it. I'm probably closer than you think. Just answer the question, old man. From what I can tell, the wisdom spirit branch is heavily related to the soul. You've seen what benefits sensing your soul for the first time gave you. ITLL be similar, but likely manifold more potent. The latest courses are on website. I see. Lionel nodded. Then there's probably evolutions of healing branch waiting in the future, right? It's the only one that appears just as frequently as the wisdom branch. Even I don't know the answer to that. I only have vague information about the next 2. Oh, were they? The twinkling light bear and the golden tiger. The bear sounds like another strength-based creature, similar to the elephant. Likely yes. If it alternates between speed and strength like this, there's probably a reason. I just don't know what it is. 5 feel incomplete, Lionel suddenly said. The silver tablet I saw, though I could only meditate on it for a moment, definitely only had 2 creatures within it. There wasn't another. Is there a golden tablet? Lionel asked. I am uncertain. The only other tablet I've ever seen was yours, but it seems to function very differently from the lineage factor tablets. Visit. For a better user experience, what I can say is that you're likely right. 5 is incomplete. If there are these creatures, and each has their own shadow, then I would have to guess that there are 12 total, 1 for each point of the northern star. So there's a 6th. Y-Star Order confirmed. Chapter 1256. Lionel wasn't too surprised by this. Quite frankly, whether there were 5 or 6 hardly mattered to him. The only reason a 6th would be an intriguing prospect if its power was truly beyond that of the golden tiger. According to Y-Star Order, the starry-tailed fox was already considered to be at the pinnacle of 7th dimension. What about this golden tiger? And what about this mysterious 7th beast? Lionel was definitely intrigued. What dimensional level were they at? It's a similar pattern. The twinkling light bear was 8th dimensional. The golden tiger was most definitely pinnacle of the 8th dimension. As for the other details, I'm not sure. You found this in the domain of the spirituals? Y-Star Order laughed. Brat, in other domains, humans unlucky enough to be there are treated no differently from slaves. A lot of time, they quite literally are a slave class. You going over there is no different from giving your life away. Visit for the best known experience. You wouldn't even be able to step foot in the region something so precious would be held, let alone making it to the point of laying your eyes on it. Lionel frowned. Slaves? Oh, are you mad? You should get over that hero's complex really quick. That nonsense you said about uniting the dimensional verse is never going to happen. Your domain is just lucky that it mostly produces humans thanks to the regulator you apparently want to replace. If not, humans wouldn't even have a place in the universe. I feel like you're exaggerating. Anyone with half a brain knows how evolution works. For a race to survive so long into the lifespan of the universe, and even control a domain all to itself, it can't possibly be weak, or else it would have been rooted out a long time ago. But you're making it sound like humans have no redeeming qualities. Humans do have redeeming qualities. Too many, in fact. But that's the problem. There's no universal path for humans to take. So instead of putting all your efforts toward excavating one thought, you all diverge. There's no greater example of this than the lineage factor. How many lineage factors are in the human domain? Hundreds? Thousands? Millions is probably the more accurate denomination. Each of you is trying to figure out how a different path works, diverging along countless lines of evolutions, instead of streamlining it all into one large and cohesive effort. When I say humans are untalented and are far behind everyone else, I don't mean that there's a literal objective metric by which you're worthless. It's the insatiable appetite of humans and their neutral foundations that ruin everything. Visit for a better user experience. Humans can be great at everything, and that's exactly why they're great at nothing. Lionel frowned. He felt that Y-Star Order was speaking the truth, and he could feel that it made perfect sense. But even with his improved thinking speed and computational ability, he couldn't even begin to guess at how to unravel that problem and solve it. The Void Palace is maybe the only decent attempt humans have made to form a cohesive ideology. It helps geniuses worth investing in to focus in on the God path. Though there are plenty of powerful individuals who've taken the conventional path, there's a reason that the God path is still conventionally known as the better of the two. However, even that's become a shit show. There's only so many resources you're all willing to pool into a neutral party that will take away from your own strength. So there's limited spots. And because the spots are limited, only the extremely talented even have a chance to claim a spot for themselves. Once they get into the place, they'll be bombarded with politics and bullshit from all sides. Unless you're both talented and come from a strong family, you'll find yourself rattling within someone else's cage soon enough. If by some miracle they manage to make it through all of that and reach the highest echelons, they'll become another useless old fogey sitting on their high horse, thinking themselves to be invincible because they reached the peak of the human domain. Or they'll end up siphoning most of the resources they earned back to their families to fuel more diverging paths into the future. Even if you sat humans down and tried to explain this, they wouldn't listen. How would you even decide which lineage factors to abandon and which to focus on for the good of the whole human race? And even if you could decide, would that family agree to share their lineage factor with everyone? Why should they share? If their lineage factor was the best, shouldn't you all just submit? Visit for a better user experience. Y-Star Order seemed to be very passionate about this matter, to the point it even brought a smile to Lionel's face. Though the old man called his dream ridiculous, judging by how much effort he had put into making sure the Luxnix family would follow his lead into the future, it was likely that, at one point, he shared a dream not too dissimilar to his own. It's not that humans are so much more stupid or selfish than other races. Every race is selfish and is out for their own selves. The difference is that most of the races are only good at one or two things, so all of their lineage factors converge toward the same evolutionary peak. But this isn't a luxury humans have. But if you know your weakness, then you should try harder than others to fix it. Fuck, I hate stupid people. Y-Star Order ended up ranting to himself. He had riled himself up so completely that he completely forgot about Lionel entirely. Once Earth enters the 8th dimension, it's all over. All these years of wasting time and shilling for their own personal gain is going to end with the human race being completely wiped out and enslaved. But all they're worried about is conquering a piece of Earth for themselves. Useless piles of trash. I'd kill them all if I have a chance. Lionel erupted into a fit of laughter. He forgot about the pain in his body for a moment, laughing to his heart's content. The latest __sodies are on the website. What are you laughing about, you damned brat? When you're not trying to kill me, you're kind of adorable, old man. Chapter 12:57. The click of Lionel's hotel room door sounded as it closed once more. Anna's lingering fragrance still hung by his bedside. He had already lost count of the number of times she had fed him over these last few weeks. Though he was baffled that it was taking him this long to heal, he was even more baffled by her persistence. The two hadn't even exchanged a single word in all this time. She didn't try to speak with him about anything, and it felt as though she had said all the words she wanted to say that day. She wasn't asking for anything, so Lionel didn't even have something to reject. And he was stuck in bed like this and hardly had the strength to lift a single finger. And clearly his mother and grandmother had some sort of tacit understanding to avoid this room at all costs. It should have been them nursing him back to health. But here he was in this awkward situation. His advancement in brain power seemed to be no help solving. Why haven't you fucked her already? What a waste of heaven's treasures. Lionel choked on air, some of his saliva going down the wrong pipe. This old man only ever spoke when he initiated conversation. This was the first time he had spoken of his own accord, and it completely disrupted Lionel's flow of thoughts, and he actually decided to say something like that. Lionel didn't even participate in these sorts of conversations with his brothers. Though James had quite the vulgar mouth and never held back when explaining the dirty deeds he got up to, James and he had always had a tacit understanding that Anna was a taboo. Lionel had never tolerated anyone sexualizing the woman he had once loved more than he could describe in words. Once, the latest _sodies are on the website. Lionel winced, his migraine coming back due to his sudden jolt and coughing spree. Can't you act your age for once? You're just a soul. Why do you even have a libido? What do you know, brat? The greatest intimacy you can have is with the soul. Sex with fleshly bodies pales in comparison to the sex I've had with some spirituals beauties. Your scope is too limited. As if they would have sex with human trash like you. Lionel chortled. Wet dreams don't count no matter how vivid they are, old man. Die. All I'm saying is that you're missing out. A domain would probably only have a handful of seedlings like her. Every generation would be capped at 3 or 4 at best. Oh, is she that talented? What talent? I'm talking about beauty, damn it. Lionel was speechless. Was this really a man who had lived for thousands of years? Where was the maturity? Where was the level-headedness? Visit. For the best known energy experience, I really don't know what to say. Don't say anything, just do. Actually, you don't have to do anything. Just lie there. She'll probably be willing to do everything. I don't know how an idiot like you could get so lucky, but I'm going to have an aneurysm if you let her walk in here without saying anything again. You don't even have to marry her. Just claim the land is yours. What's wrong with you? Are you even a man? Lionel felt a headache coming on. He made a mental note that if he ever was with a woman in the future, he would definitely throw this old man somewhere under lock and key. This old pervert would definitely watch if he had the chance. I'm ignoring you. What do you know? It makes sense for a man like your dad to gain your mother. But what are you exactly? You need to claim her while she hasn't seen the rest of the world yet. Lionel coughed. Why do you keep talking about my dad like you're in love with him? There's nothing good about that old prankster. If Lionel could see wise Star Order's face right now, it would be bright red. It seemed he had struck another nerve, but his head was throbbing too much to notice. Stop changing the subject. I am being serious. How are you going to lay claim to the dimensional verse if you don't have a woman of that caliber by your side? The latest _sodies are on the website. Lionel really wanted to roll his eyes, but just opening their lids flooded him with too much sunlight. and there wasn't much of a point if they were closed to begin with. First, this old man called his dream ridiculous. Now he was talking about something completely unrelated to it. You're just saying stuff now. Go back to calling me an idiot. Wise Star Order shook his head. He had been mostly joking around in the beginning, but seeing that Lionel was really so ignorant about these matters, he became more serious. It seems you're still too immature, Brat. You're not bad at reading a person one-on-one, but you're lacking the ability to see things on a grand scale. Lionel raised an eyebrow. He had the whole of Valiant Heart Mountain dancing on his palm years ago. He was just fine at manipulating emotions on a large scale. Their entire organization had almost collapsed because of him. A beautiful woman, especially one on the level of a generational goddess, is more than what she appears on the surface. She's a status symbol. When men see you with her, they respect you. When women see you with her, they want to be her. There's no empire created in history that wasn't built off the back of a royal family. The people won't have trust in the empire unless it has a lineage and a future generation. You can't build anything on that scale by yourself. You'd be naive to think that you could. Visit. For the best, no _Farida experience. Lionel blinked. The old man did have a point, but that was only something to worry about after the empire was actually built. Plus, are you sure about that? Whenever men see me with her, they actually want to kill me and take her for themselves. Chapter 1258. Lionel laughed to himself when he had this thought. It really wasn't much of an exaggeration, actually. In fact, it was entirely true. He hadn't spent long with this version of Aina by his side. Not long after he had cured her curse back to a level she could manage herself, they entered the Valiant Zone and found themselves separated. Then, after they got out, they were thrust into the situation with the other organizations, and the rest went about as poorly as one could imagine. But, even in that short time, Lionel realized that Aina was always the center of attention when he was around without even trying. That was just the way the world worked, unfortunately. It was a sort of double-edged sword for both men and women. On one side, there were men who, no matter how handsome they were, had to find their worth in either their personal strength or their wealth. In most cases, a woman wouldn't choose a man purely based on looks in a world like the dimensional verse where your death could be lingering around the next corner. Lionel himself was fairly handsome. Maybe not as handsome as Y-Star Order or Elther, but that was mostly because he dressed down a lot of the time, hadn't had a haircut he didn't slice with his own blade in years, and couldn't be bothered to worry about useless stuff like looks. However, even then, he could be considered to be within the top percentile of men, and practically no one gave a damn. On the other hand, there were women who, no matter how talented and strong they were still measured by how much beauty they were born with. The latest uncovered course oddities are on _the website. Lionel had seen this all too often with Aina before her curse had been cured. She was no less powerful than himself, and even more so during most points in their journey. In fact, before his fight with Miguel, Lionel was certain that he could defeat him, but he had no idea if he could do the same with Aina. Maybe only now that his nodes were being used properly could he say that he had a good chance at beating her. And yet, all anyone seemed to talk about was how ugly she had been or how beautiful she was now. When Lionel said he didn't care about Aina's beauty, he had meant it. That wasn't to say that he wasn't enthralled by it. He was a man, after all. It was just that beauty alone wasn't able to move his needle one way or another. Maybe considering his logical brain, he should be going after the most beautiful woman possible to maximize the good genes his offspring could have. But Lionel had always felt that a healthy family had to have foundations beyond this. Y-Star Order shook his head. That's because you lack status. You can't have a symbol like that by your side and be a weakling. Can you stop calling her a symbol already? She's a human being. Oh, are you mad? Y-Star Order laughed. I thought you didn't want her. That doesn't mean I have to allow her to be disrespected. Visit. For a better user experience, what a foolish little brat. I don't know what I'm going to do with you. How about you be useful and tell me why the universal cycles are ordered the way they are? It makes no sense. What? What are you confused about? Don't tell me you've never thought it was weird either. Wouldn't it feel better if the order was natural light, first seasons, heavenly body, constellation, and then finally the cosmos realm? Why is it four seasons, heavenly body, natural light, cosmos, then constellation? It feels like someone shuffled it into the order that made the least amount of sense. Y-Star Order didn't know what to say for a long time. First, this kid all but threw down a gauntlet to face the regulator. Now he was doubting a power system that had been the same since the beginning of time. Did he think that things could just be like this by accident? It was like Lionel went out of his way to make him think that he was crazy. Day after day of this stuff. He might as well go back to being tortured by Lionel's Scarlet Star Force because the shaving down of his lifespan was about the same anyway. The names of the universal cycles don't just represent the complexity of the event itself. They represent the inherent importance of the events as well. The latest _SODIs are on _the website. You seem to think that the night, day, dusk, and dawn are lesser than spring, summer, winter, and fall. But is that true? Night, day, dusk, and dawn are constants or relative constants. No matter what world you're on, they will appear in some form. However, how many places can you think of where only a single season is experienced? There are many places where a shift between summer and winter has no meaning whatsoever. Are the four seasons still beyond the cycle of light, then? Lionel's brow furrowed, not answering immediately. But aren't there places where there's only day as well? If I go to the North Pole of Earth, the sun rarely sets. It can go months without experiencing night. And then there's planet Luxnix. Isn't it always day here too? This three-planet rotation is an artificial construct. It isn't part of nature's will. It's just a representation of three greedy families who didn't want to allow any of the others to have a leg up. Lionel's brows shot up. You can move planets. You've been to the dimensional cleanse trial world and have seen the Dyson sphere. But you're surprised by this? I really don't know what goes on in that head of yours. Lionel felt that Y-Star Order had a point. It seemed that he was still stuck in the mind frame of an Earthling. If even Earth could terraform their continents and move them about as they please, why wouldn't far higher dimensional worlds have methods of moving entire planets? The latest understanding SODIs are on the website. But still, Lionel mumbled, the rest doesn't click with me. Chapter 1259. For example, even if I accept that you're right about night, day, dusk, and dawn, what about the others? Why would natural light be deemed as above heavenly bodies? And why would a constellation be beyond a cosmos? Are you doubting me? If I can give you an explanation for one of them, what makes you think I don't have explanations for the others? Much like the four seasons, heavenly bodies come in a lot of shapes and forms. There is nothing inherently special about them. Technically, the only difference between an asteroid, a moon, a planet, and a star is in their mass. They all have the same beginnings, give or take a few differences. The heavenly bodies you're in awe of are an extraordinarily small portion of them. Most are useless hunks of rock with nothing special about them in the slightest. The fact their name is so grandiose and fantastical is almost a slap in the face of things that would truly be worthy of such names. Even a step further, just how easy is it to bend so-called heavenly bodies to your own whim? Your people of Earth could already terraform your planet and your moon. You could already excavate asteroids and strip them of their resources. And though you couldn't form Dyson spheres of your own yet, you've seen for yourself how possible such a thing is. There's nothing more special about it than natural light. Lionel's brow furrowed. But aren't concepts of night and day, not to mention the seasons, anchored to the existence of heavenly bodies? Aren't they contingent on their existence? That right there is your main problem. You're conflating the artistic conception of something with its logical existence in the real world. That isn't the purpose of universal cycle comprehension. Visit for a better user experience, but aren't you doing the same thing to prove me wrong? There's a subtle difference between what you and I are doing. I'm trying to frame things in a way you can understand, but my foundation is still the artistic conception. Your foundation, however, is whatever scientific understanding you have of these things. When I say the Four Seasons realm is weak, is because it's so fleeting and can appear in a myriad of different ways, depending. You see it from the frame of science. The location of the planet, how far it is away from its star, its tilt, etc. However, I'm speaking of its artistic conception. Winter, to a myriad of people, represents different things. Many have never even seen snow before. Some have never seen anything but snow. Many more don't understand the mild transition of spring or the slow death of fall either. Because so many don't understand, the artistic conception lacks oomph and ubiquitousness. However, there isn't a single person who doesn't understand what night and day is. Do you see the difference? Lionel's gaze flickered. So this concept of artistic conception was far broader than he originally understood. It wasn't just about how he viewed things, but it was also important to grasp how others viewed it as well. What gave the universal cycles power was the universe itself. Lionel's own perspective wasn't the most important here, even though he became the conduit by which it took root and flourished. He had to look at things from the perspective of the whole. Visit. For a better user experience, sparks flew within Lionel's dreamscape. A vague line connecting dream force, artistic conception, his own thoughts, and that of those around him threatened to erupt. It felt like it was on the tip of his tongue, but he just didn't have enough information to grasp it. A small part of Lionel told him that had it not been for the vast increase in his computational power, the spark wouldn't have barely lit like this at all. This is actually so far beyond me. I need more information. Okay, I can see where you're coming from. It also makes sense that the cosmos is beyond natural light. But what is it about constellations? How could they be beyond the cosmos? You said yourself that stars are only different from planets in their mass. So how is an array of stars any different? Wise star order side. I think I preferred the silence more than I thought. I don't know what's so difficult to understand after I laid it all out. Lionel had already deduced the answer, but that wasn't the point. He had deduced it, but his spark didn't light and finish its loop, so he still had no idea what his dreamscape was trying to tell him. The connection was still vague and sparking, but he just didn't have enough information. He was hoping that something Wise Star Order said could trigger the final jump. Just explain it. The latest episodes are on the website. Wise Star Order shook his head. For as long as life has existed, people have looked up at the skies. It didn't matter what stage of evolution they were at. Reaching up was something everyone, regardless of race, gender, or culture, strove after. Whether it was the most primitive of races all the way up to the most advanced, they all looked up. In the infancy of a world, they marked out their gods in the skies. They told tales about what they represented and drew their figures, bowing to them in worship. As a world grew, those tales would grow and evolve, often becoming related to a person's sense of self. Regardless of the world, the prevalence of religion would fade, and right there to replace, it would be a spirituality no race could seem to escape. Everyone wants to believe in something, even if it sometimes doesn't make sense to. Whenever people reach their end of their ropes, the stories in the skies would be there. A constellation is no longer about the stars that make them up. They represent something beyond that, the greatest of universal cycles, one that relied on a willingness to look up and go beyond. The latest episodes are on the website. Lionel's brows furrowed hard, but it had nothing to do with Wise Star Order's words. Those words were nice and poetic, old man. Unfortunately, they were absolutely useless. Lionel sighed, watching his dreamscape spark fade away. Chapter 1260. Weeks more went by before Lionel finally felt all right to swing himself out of bed. In retrospect, he probably should have had someone help him because he crashed onto the floor. Luckily, his migraine had receded and the pain in his body had become more of a dull soreness, or else he felt like he might have relapsed right then and there. At first, Lionel thought his muscles had atrophied. It was a pretty common symptom that happened to people that spent long amounts of time injured and bedridden. However, he found that conclusion to be weird, the main reason being because he wasn't a normal human. It had been about 2 months, yes, but this shouldn't have been enough to ruin him like this. Unless Lionel felt a small panic cause his heart to skip a beat. His Scarlet Star Force innate node was now connected to a circuit around his body. Even though he wasn't actively using it, he wasn't actively restricting it anymore either. Could it be that his muscles were being eaten away by its properties? That day, Lionel had a quarter-life crisis staring at the luxury carpets of his hotel room. Considering his thinking speed, those few seconds would have felt like months to anyone else. Luckily, though, he managed to get a grip on himself. There were positives to this that he could take away. For one, he didn't feel any pain, which meant that even if his Scarlet Star Force was causing this, it was more than tolerable. Secondly, if his body was truly being eaten away at like this, if he fed it with enough nutrients and made up for its deficiencies, he might be able to grow some passive immunity. In that case, maybe the day he could use his own innate node freely would come. With these two pillars of support for his almost broken psyche, Lionel managed to pick himself up. But that was when something he hadn't expected to happened. Visit. For the best known experience, Lionel had fallen to a single knee, so when he went to stand up, he was obviously pushing off of just one leg. He tried to test to see just how bad his muscle weakness had gotten, so he was measuring how much strength he had to push when he suddenly found himself flying sideways. Crash! The sprinkle of glass and the suddenness of open air hit Lionel before he was suddenly free-falling hundreds of meters. Many who had been outside the hotel at that moment looked up all at once to find a man falling through the skies in nothing more than his underwear. It definitely wasn't the sort of thing you saw every day. Lionel was so stunned that he didn't even react in time. Boom! An enormous dust cloud launched itself into the air, the earth rumbling as though a stone of unfathomable weight had suddenly been dropped onto it. Leo, visit. For a better user experience, Cap. A rush of people converged toward the hole on all sides. But when the dust cleared, they only found a human-sized hole and a confused Lionel looking up into the skies as though he couldn't understand what had just happened. Shouldn't that have hurt? Lionel thought to himself. Lionel didn't get to finish this thought before the earth suddenly began to raise him up. He didn't need to guess to know that it was Raj who was acting. Son of a bitch, Cap. Why are you so heavy? Why are you asking about useless things? He could be dead. At that moment, a worried Aina came over as Milan's voice cried out to reprimand. In her presence, the boys seemed to become very obedient for some reason. Or, more accurately, reserved, as though they were in the presence of someone they greatly respected. Lionel, despite his absent-mindedness, immediately picked up on this. It was definitely something he found weird. His brothers had never reacted like this to Aina before. Though now that he thought about it, they didn't really have many opportunities to interact to begin with. Raj ended up pulling Lionel up all the way out of the 5-meter deep hole, complaining to himself as he seemed to no longer dare to speak out loud. Visit. For a better user experience, when everyone got a good look at Lionel, they were rendered speechless. There wasn't even a single scratch on him. In fact, for some reason, the dirt didn't cling to his body at all. It was whisked away with the slightest of wind or fell of its own accord, leaving him completely spotless. It was as though Lionel's skin wasn't something they dared to blaspheme. I'm fine. I don't really know how this happened, honestly. One minute, I was in the suite, and in the next, I was falling through the skies. Lionel chuckled and tried to use the ground to pull himself up. But at that moment, the location where his hand had been compressed, violent and raging cracks spreading out in all directions as the ground splintered, as though an abyss had opened up beneath it. Lionel blinked. It might be best if you guys didn't touch me right now. An awkward silence fell over the group as they nodded slowly, taking a step back. That was just a casual pat to the ground, but Raj and the others had almost fallen flat on their faces. Only Aina seemed to have been able to keep her balance without trying very hard. Lionel's brow furrowed. He had thought his body had experienced atrophy, but this was clearly not the case. If this was atrophy, there wouldn't be any diseases in this world remaining. He wasn't even quite sure how to even go about doing normal things. This change was a bit too large, Even his high-class coordination abilities didn't adjust immediately. It seems he would still need a few more days. Hey, Cap, about the shirt and pictures. You're not mad, right? Raj looked from the destroyed ground to Lionel and then back, laughing nervously. Visit for the best no underskill energy experience. Chapter 1261. Are you all sure? Lionel frowned as he gazed toward his brothers. With all they had been through in the dimensional verse, the term brother had really gone from something they called each other in just to something they truly meant. So, Lionel couldn't help but feel a bitter taste in his mouth after he heard their decision. We're still a bit lacking like this, Leo. Joel nodded seriously. If we go to the Void Palace with you right now, we'll end up holding you back. And if you really let us go free, I'm certain that more than one of us would die, and that's not something I want to see, and I'm sure you don't want to see it either. Lionel knew that Joel was right. In fact, Lionel would make certain that he never had to see it, and the result of that would be, unsurprisingly, them holding him back. Despite knowing this, Lionel didn't like it. He had neglected these brothers of his for too long, and he felt like he owed them far more than he had given them. They never asked for anything from him, but that didn't mean that he didn't want to give back. There's no need to make that face, Cap, Raj laughed. We'll still be mooching off of you. Grammy said she'd take care of us, and those Luxnick's old fogies don't dare to fart too loud around us anymore. Lionel smiled and shook his head. Couldn't this guy be serious for once? Still, Raj's words did make him feel a lot better. The environment on Earth was still good, but the Milky Way was simply far too lacking. If these guys had spent the past year on planet Luxnix instead, Lionel had no doubt that their real talents would have shone through fiercely. Visit. For a better user experience, it seemed that he had overstepped by asking his mother to reserve spots for everyone. Eleanor had, of course, been willing to do it since Lionel had asked. But who would have thought that everyone would already have their own plans? Of his brothers, only the silent Arnold would be coming with Lionel. The rest chose to stay here and would find a later opportunity to join. For now, they would solidify their foundations, learn more about their abilities, and slowly push themselves to the quasi-sixth dimension. Plus, Leo, I'm sure there are a lot of things here that you'll want us to handle, right? Joel met Lionel's gaze unwaveringly. Lionel slowly nodded. He still needed to care for the Oryx and the remnants of the Milky Way Guild. In addition, he had moving pieces that were still setting themselves up with the Umbra family, not to mention the secrets related to the Midas and Radix. This wasn't something he had forgotten about, but while he was in the Void Palace, it would be difficult to police these matters. His own mother hadn't even been allowed to leave on her own whims, but she was a sector-ranked disciple. Logically, then, Lionel had no chance at moving freely after he entered their organization. Lionel had factored this into his plans already, and the reason he was okay with it was because there would surely be an exception made for when the Morales family heir wars were set to begin. That would be his chance to leave and ensure that his pawns had all promoted as they should. But leaving things so hands-off for such a long period of time wasn't smart. It was especially a problem since his cousins turned competitors would definitely have their own men and women on the outside, making moves for them. If Lionel didn't do the same, he would be handicapping himself. Thinking to this point, Lionel closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The latest in the course ODs are on the website. When he opened them once more, he had regained his focus. All right, I will leave these matters to you. I'll find a method to establish communication with you all once I get to the Void Palace. Right? Joel grinned a rare smile. Lionel had one major flaw that maybe even he wasn't aware of. He was a control freak. If he could do something himself and not disrupt anyone else, he would rather do things that way. The day James betrayed them during the final game of the year, Lionel had realized what the problem was. Yet, instead of talking to anyone or even confronting James, he found a way to win the game by himself and preserve their friendship. When Lionel chose to show them his labs and the things he was working on like the tentacle womb and others, they had already felt closer to him than they ever had before. But now, that feeling was even more potent. Lionel, Aina, Yuri, Savon, Carolus, Noah, Arnold, Elther. Visit. For a better user experience, these 8 would be the representatives of Earth that made their way to the Void Palace. This was maybe the first time in all of history that a fifth-dimensional world had actually produced so many entries. In fact, it was rare for a fifth-dimensional world to even stumble upon an entry to begin with, let alone have such a display. Of course, there were others that had made it as well. The Luxniks had the best showing, though this was unsurprising. After years of suppressing themselves, they had blossomed forth and gained many nominal rank spots. Eloquin, Siller, and Elodie all gained spots in addition to a few ranked disciples within the top 10, making the total reach 8 alone. Though Orinik felt that Lionel definitely didn't deserve the Amethyst token, he could agree that there was no nepotism at play here. Of course, the 9th of the Luxniks was Miguel himself, who had, unsurprisingly, long since recovered. Among those unrelated to the Luxniks, though, there were only 4. One was a familiar young lady Lionel recognized, Raya Sage. The second was Higlis, the now heir to the Montex family, who was now in a very awkward position. And the final 2 were both masked and exceptionally silent, but no one bothered them. However, at that moment, Aina, who hadn't spoken a word to Lionel in months, suddenly did so as though it was the most natural thing in the world. Visit. For a better user experience, King, I thought you should know about something that happened months ago. Lionel went from feeling like his bones were melting toward Aina calling him king, before he was suddenly enveloped by a flashbang of fury everyone but Aina and Miguel were forced to retreat from. He stretched out a hand, and one of the masked men shot out, their throat landing in his palm as though it had always been there. Chapter 1262. Lionel would say that it had been a very long time since he had been this angry, but that would only be partially true. He was more enraged now than he had been with himself just a few months ago, and that was because this anger had nothing to do with him, but rather a very clear reverse scale of his mother. Lionel hadn't spent very long with his mother by his side, but those memories of affection he had with her as a child had been practically seared into his mind. Knowing that it wasn't her choice to leave his side only made these emotions easier to accept. The idea that someone would disrespect her left him infuriated to an extreme. The mask of the man that flew into Lionel's palm shattered, revealing the pale features and deep violet eyes of Richard. Of those here, maybe only a small percentage weren't surprised by this turn of events. It was unknown how this young man had managed to survive the ordeal of the Viola family, but none of that mattered now. Aina had been a part of Richard's schemes for a long while. Lionel never hid anything from her, so she was well aware that the Luxniks family was related to him. The trouble was that she didn't learn of what Richard had done until much later. Gradier's younger brother, Asen, had been caught by the Luxnik for daring to help in spreading the rumors. Aina's only task was to save him, but with her intelligence, it wasn't hard to piece together how these things were related. The Luxniks wouldn't just casually capture a member of the Viola family's main bloodline lineage without proper cause, especially when they were trying to lie low to begin with. When she saw the 2 masked figures, she was immediately suspicious. She had spent a long time with the Viola family and was well aware of how cunning Richard was. But what was even more important was that Richard didn't gain this sort of character from himself. She simply didn't believe that the Viola family would have no contingency plans given a situation where they faced eradication. Visit. For the best the experience, since she wasn't sure. Though, she only chose to tell Lionel a summary of those events and did nothing to point out the 2 masked young men. But, as she had expected, Lionel had known from the very beginning that these 2 masked young men were none other than Richard and Gradier. It was just that he simply hadn't cared. Lionel had been able to assign the energy signatures on the billboard to the contestants from the very beginning. He just hadn't seen much of a reason to target Richard. From his perspective, the 2 of them had only had a clash in the Dimensional Cleanse trial zone, but there was no reason to hold a grudge, especially since he had won that exchange. But now, things were different. You're responsible. Lionel's hand squeezed down on Richard's neck. Any stronger, and he might snap it in 2. The latter tried to struggle and claw in Lionel's hand, but it felt like his nails were scratching against a metal plate. Not only did he not succeed, but he even ended up peeling his own nails back, resulting in a bloody mess that left his fingers mangled. The region fell into complete silence. Visit. For a better user experience, the envoys of the Void Palace had been preparing the teleportation portal, and Lionel's mother had been overseeing the progress. The region was the front gates of the Luxnix estate, and there wasn't much of a crowd to begin with aside from a few close friends and family members. Orinik couldn't help but frown as the situation now was completely different than it had been in the past. Richard could be considered an official disciple of the Void Palace, albeit nominal. He couldn't just be casually killed because Lionel felt like it, even if Lionel had the amethyst token. Richard's face went completely blue. He couldn't answer Lionel even if he wanted to. For some reason, he felt like there was dimensional suppression between the two of them despite the fact they were both within the fifth. In fact, his tier was still higher than Lionel's own. He couldn't even begin to believe the feelings of fear he was experiencing, but the humiliation was worse. If he hadn't guessed by now that the man Aina had always been comparing him to was Lionel, he wouldn't have earned half the intelligence those around him believed him to have. To know that he had lost so handily to Lionel more times than he even knew was enough to infuriate him to an extreme. It only made it worse that the goddess he had been chasing for so long was rejected by the very man before him. And yet, by some horrible twist of fate, was still by his side like an obedient little wife. It had taken all the self-control in the world for him not to show his anger or leak any killing intent. He just wanted to put his head down and grasp this opportunity given to him by the Void Palace. Even though it is rare for nominal disciples to become true disciples, Richard didn't believe he would fail if he gave it everything he had. Visit. For the best noticeability experience, so he buried his pride, his rage, his sadness to the deepest parts of his soul. But then in the greatest of ironies, it was the very woman who he had been chasing for so long that outed him in the end. He was under no illusion that he could be saved. He now knew who Lionel's mother was, and it only made him feel even more foolish for what he had done. However, Richard didn't want to give up. Not here, not now. He couldn't. His eyes rolled to the back of his head, their whites flashing as blood seeped out from between his teeth. The harder he struggled, the quicker he seemed to approach the gates of death. Please show mercy. The voice came from none other than Gradier, the second masked man. Visit. For a better user experience. Chapter 1263. When Lionel's gaze shifted to him, Gradier felt as though his mind was collapsing. It was just a single look, an indifferent glance, and yet it gripped at his soul, almost tearing it away from his body. The pressure was palpable to a degree that it almost manifested like tendrils of dark crimson in the air. Lionel didn't quite know who Gradier was, but Aina, who was still by his side, spoke a few simple words that made him understand what remained of the final pieces. It was then he understood that his mother's reputation had become collateral damage for an air war, maybe no different to what he might experience in a few years' time. Though, Lionel would soon find out that the scale of the Morales family air wars couldn't be compared to these petty games in the slightest. It might very well reach the point of it embroiling the whole of the human domain. And even if it didn't, it would most definitely grasp attention at least that far and wide. In truth, despite coming to understand things, Lionel didn't want to even give Richard a chance to live. He had never been very good at controlling his anger when it came to matters like this. And this certainly wasn't the first time he had flown into a rage for his mother's sake. Eleanor, though, being the madwoman that she was, simply sent a glance back as though she was witnessing the most adorable thing ever, even going to the point of dabbing at her eyes with a fresh handkerchief. Gradier could tell that Lionel had no intention of listening to him, so he stepped forward, removing his mask. I know that what my cousin has done is irredeemable, but he is one of the final hopes my Viola family has. Am willing to exchange, for his life, all of the most important treasures of the Viola family rest with us. I have heard of your Morales family from the envoys, and know that your air wars are coming very soon. What we have could be invaluable to you. I know that you could just kill us and take them, but if you did this, you would find that they won't work as they should and end up becoming a detriment rather than a help to you. Visit. For a better user experience, Gradier spoke as fast as he could, hoping that Lionel would at least care enough to stay his hand for the moment. While Richard had been hosting the envoys and basking in his new position, Gradier had taken a completely different approach. Richard had said himself that he lost some of his sharpness after finally gaining the position he had fought for his whole life. It was to the point he had almost exposed himself to Patriarch Luxnix. However, Gradier, who had lost the very same position, was still looking forward and hoping to find a new way for himself to make an impact. So, when the envoys came to their family, while Richard had schemed to find a way to get Aina into his bed, Gradier was asking questions that would prepare him for the future, and that was when he learned the weight the Morales family held. Originally, Gradier simply wanted to understand the political landscape of the Void Palace and come to an understanding of who held the largest centers of power. Never would he have expected that the boy who had been stricken from the Luxnix family records was actually related to one of these behemoths. In truth, Gradier didn't actually know that Lionel was an heir candidate. He simply thought that even if he wasn't, a vast amount of resources would be valuable nonetheless. If the Morales heir wars worked like most did, then this wasn't just a jockeying of position for the heirs themselves, but also for their subordinates. Everyone who had backed Gradier found their lives to become 100 times harder all of a sudden, while it was the opposite for everyone who had followed Richard. Little did Gradier know that Lionel was indeed one of the heirs. Visit. For a better user experience contrary to Gradier's expectations, though Lionel didn't even waver when he heard such enticement. Why should I care? Lionel's hand squeezed down. Gradier's gaze flickered, but eventually fell to despair. In a final plan, the Star Order Council equivalent of the Viola family had designed 2 spatial rings, one for Richard and the other for Gradier. Only by working together could they access 100% of the Viola family's legacy. It was a measure to ensure that the two of them would work together. What the Viola needed right now was stability, not infighting. Heir wars were a luxury of well-established families, something that they were decidedly not any longer. Toward this scene, the gazes of Orinik and the other envoys only became more odd and reserved. There was only so far that this nepotism should go. Allowing Lionel to kill a disciple was definitely way too far. It was hard to accept, but they also didn't dare to say anything either. But who could have expected that it was while Richard was on the brink of death that Eleanor would suddenly appear to press a hand down on Lionel's forearm? Mom? Lionel frowned. Visit. For a better user experience, he wasn't quite familiar with the rules of the Void Palace just yet, so he was unaware that there was an issue. Though he probably should have guessed, he was too pissed to care enough to think about it. It's just a few words. What are you getting so angry about? Are you going to fight everyone that says something about me? Yes, Lionel replied without hesitation. Eleanor was stunned for a moment before she let off a light, airy laughter. While Lionel only saw his mother, the envoys and the others had to pay very special attention not to stare for too long, lest they have even worse luck than Richard. After she finished laughing, Eleanor finally spoke once again. He isn't wrong. You may very well need what they have. But Lionel's frown deepened. What could the Viola family have that he could possibly need? The Luxnix treasure vaults should be far beyond them. And then there was still Y-Star Order's treasure deposits as well. Plus, even if he didn't have these things, he didn't like the idea of trading for forgiveness he didn't want to give. Visit. For the best known NG experience, trust me. Eleanor laughed and shook her head. It seemed the Void Palace would be gaining another Morales family troublemaker with the way things were trending now. Chapter 1264. The whoosh sound of a formed portal caught everyone's attention. It swirled about with a radiant dark violet and looked like a rotating nebula. Eleanor cast a glance and released her hold on Lionel's forearm. It seems it is time to go. Somewhat reluctantly, Lionel released his grip on Richard's throat. The latter fell to the ground heavily, coughing and wheezing. It took several moments for the color to return to his face, and several more for his light-headedness to vanish. Richard grit his teeth hard, but he restrained himself, relaxing his body in the next instant. If it wasn't for the somewhat vacant look in his eyes, one would have never guessed that something had happened. Well, that in the fact there was already a clear bruise in the shape of a hand around his throat. He rose from the ground slowly but steadily. "Follow me," Eleanor said lightly. "The latest _courses are on the website." There was a certain heaviness in Eleanor's tone right this moment. It wasn't because she feared for herself, but rather because she wasn't naive enough to believe that her actions would have no effect on her son. In fact, she was certain that it would be the direct opposite. As a mother, she couldn't help herself. Worrying was what she did. Even if her husband had been watching Lionel like a hawk right this moment, and even knowing the kind of strength he had, she would still be worrying. The Void Palace had its rules that protected disciples, but there were too many ways around them, and they could only be enforced within its territory. And Velasco had many enemies that had more than enough leeway to ignore these rules all on their own. Of course, whether they would dare to do so was a different matter entirely, but there were several more ways for them to make things difficult. They knew Val's personality well enough to know that they would get away with it too. While Eleanor looked like a reckless mother who had done as she pleased to save her son, the reality was that she had only gone so far because she needed to give her little lion every advantage he could get, because the truth was, he was already lagging far behind. The step through the portal was unlike anything Lionel had ever experienced before. It was far less subtle than his transportation to the dimensional cleanse trial world and felt a lot like his body was being stretched into a thin string, as though all his nerve centers had been shut down and his limbs were being pulled into a tight tube. Visit. For a better Rendezvous user experience, when his vision cleared and he could finally feel his feet beneath him once again, the world around him was even more of a shock than the initial feeling. Lionel had thought that he had seen a lot of the dimensional verse already. Or, more accurately, his talks with Y-Star Order over the past few months had made it feel like his horizons had been broadened beyond the scope of even his previous imagination. However, the scene he saw before him now still took his breath away. There was no world, no planet, no moon. The Void Palace was just an enormous obsidian mountain range, floating in the depths of space and hanging upon a vast nothingness. The sheer size alone was impossible for a normal human to fathom. The distance from its base to its lowest peak was taller than the diameter of 3 planets stacked on top of one another, and its highest was more than 5. As for its width, it was as much as 10 planets wide. This alone was astonishing enough that Lionel found it hard to wrap his brain around just how such a construct could even have been formed. But that was when his breath was taken away by the gates. The Python were even more glorious than the mountain range itself. Of course, this was partly due to the fact that the obsidian mountain that made up the Void Palace's territory seemed to be covered by a thin veil of protection, stopping Lionel from observing it as deeply as he wanted. Author's note: a Python is a Chinese-style gate/archway visit. For the best notification experience, they towered for thousands of kilometers, the centerpiece of each one of their archways containing what looked like a miniature blazing white star, providing the only sort of contrast to the endless blackness in the surroundings. While the mountain range seemed an almost infinite distance away, the Python were close, almost too close. They bore down with a haunting momentum that made the valiant heart pillars Lionel had experienced before seem like nothing more than child's play. It felt like these gates were the linchpin that kept everything in place. They protected the Void Palace despite not having doorways and acted as passageways simultaneously. It was only then the shocking question hit Lionel like a ton of bricks. The mountain was over there, and the gates were there, but they all hung in a vast and empty space. So, what the hell was he standing on? Lionel looked down, his pupils constricting when he realized that he wasn't standing on anything at all. There was nothing between him and an endless abyss. Usually, this wouldn't be a big deal. After all, in space like this, there shouldn't have been a need to worry about gravity inevitably leading him to a crushing death. But he could very clearly tell which way was up and which way was down in this place. Just what was going on. Visit. For the best experience before Lionel could think about it any further. The closest Paifong word to life. The shadow of several figures stepping outward. Lionel couldn't seem to see through any one of them, but he could tell that each one was unfathomable. Orinik and the other envoys seemed to be snapped awake right that moment, hurriedly bowing and greeting. However, these figures didn't spare them a single glance, as a woman at the center of them all frowned deeply, her gaze having been locked on Alienor the entire time. What is the meaning of this, Alienor? Your sector is several months late. Chapter 1265. There were 3 individuals who stepped out, all dressed in elaborate robes wrapped in violet, blacks, and silvers. It seemed to paint the picture of swirling a nebula, and was most definitely a beautiful contrast in colors and construction. It took no more than this for Lionel's cool uniform senses to tingle once again. He had already forgotten the weight of the conversation, looking them up and down as though he could already envision himself wearing it. For someone who didn't care about how he dressed much, Lionel was very much obsessed with how well the organizations he joined did in this fashion. But maybe only he was aware of the reason why this was. Late, Alienor asked lightly. Her demeanor seemed to have completely shifted. There was nothing left of a loving mother, and there was only a calm indifference left. The pressure she exuded multiplied several times over, causing the brows of the woman who had stepped forward to furrow. Of the 3 that had appeared, all of them were sector-ranked disciples and were, as such, well acquainted with one another. The young woman who spoke was maybe the most powerful of the 3, and, as such, had spoken on their behalf. But, even though her words were laced with an impatience and hardly concealed anger, if it was contrasted with how furious she had been earlier, it would be obvious to anyone that she was being reserved right this moment, and only became more so after Alienor had spoken. The last group before yours arrived over a month and a half ago. What possible explanation could you have for delaying us all for so long? Visit. For the best noticeable experience, Lionel had originally been paying attention to the subtleties of the conversation. He could see that power dynamic here, and it was quite clear that his mother was a step above. It seemed that even though she couldn't be as rampant as Velasco, she had her own small hegemon. However, Lionel's attention was soon pulled away by something else. Orinik and the other envoys who had stepped forward to bow in respect were a bit off. It took Lionel a moment, but he realized that they were actually still trying to adjust to the long-scale teleportation. When he noticed this, his attention shifted once again to those around him, and he noticed that even Aina and Miguel still had a deep frown marring their foreheads, their eyes tightly closed and their bodies trembling somewhat. It looked as though they still felt like they were teleporting. Lionel would soon realize, though, that this conclusion of his was wrong. Yep. At that moment, Little Black Star shot out from Lionel's spatial ring, catching him off guard. Little Black Star appeared and vanished whenever the little guy felt like it, but he rarely appeared in situations where Lionel wasn't alone, at least not so suddenly. The little guy excitedly jumped around, appearing and vanishing as he pleased. When he flashed back to Lionel's head or hair, he didn't seem ready to rest and still continued to hop around. Visit. For a better user experience. Yep. Lionel smiled. All right. I get it, you're excited. Yep. The expression of the woman darkened before it suddenly flashed with a hint of surprise. She realized that by Lionel's style of dress, that he wasn't yet a disciple, but he had recovered already, and that little creature, adjusting to this place, was more than just about the teleportation over. It would make sense for Little Black Star to be fine, as he hadn't had to take the brunt of the travel over. However, not only was this region a 7th-dimensional world that sat at the very pinnacle, far beyond what most had ever experienced, there was also a dense concentration of anarchic force in the general surroundings that made it feel as though you were breathing in poison constantly. Of course, this dense concentration was only a few parts per billion, but this concentration was already enough to make a person feel greatly uncomfortable. The fact Lionel had already adjusted made little sense. Void Palace was designed this way on purpose, even though they had the technology to make the density of anarchic force negligible. It was best to get the disciples accustomed to this right now. This would only get worse on the Void battlefield. But how is this tiny, insignificant creature doing just fine? Visit. For a better user experience, Eleanor seemed not to have heard her son's outburst at all. Instead, she replied just as evenly as she originally did. What do their early arrivals have to do with me? There is no deadline, and every selection is left up to the discretion of the overseer. Mine just happened to take longer. The woman snapped her attention back to Eleanor when she heard this. Her expression couldn't help but twitch. What Eleanor said was true, but this all had to be within reason. This was taking things to an extreme, especially since several exceptions had been made already. However, when the woman thought about how all the other youths had had months to adjust to this environment, while Eleanor's group wouldn't have this luxury, her mind shifted toward an internal sneer. Your words are just as fault-proof as they always are, Lady Eleanor. But I still must inform you that the higher-ups aren't satisfied with how this election has lagged behind the others in schedule. It's been decided that your sector will only be given 3 hours to adjust upon arrival. Following this grace period, the true selection will start immediately. I will be overseeing a large portion of these matters, so I will not allow any delay. Despite having expected such an outcome, Eleanor still frowned deeply, much to the satisfaction of Asena. 3 hours was definitely excessively short. She had hoped that they would receive at least a day. Clearly, those old fogies were throwing their weight around. At that moment, though, a flash of violet caught Eleanor's attention out of the corner of her eye. She looked over to find her son twirling the heavy amethyst token as though it weighed as light as a feather, dancing it between his fingers with a deft skill only possible by someone with an impossibly high grade designation. Visit. For a better user experience, the token flipped in the air and a satisfying slap was heard as Lionel caught it again. His gaze twinkled as his mind drifted to the moment Aina had handed it to him. Then he smiled confidently. Leave it to me, Mom. Chapter 1266. Asena's pupils constricted when she noticed the amethyst token. However, her shock in seeing it was far less than hearing what Lionel addressed Eleanor as. There was no one who didn't understand who that man's wife was, and there was probably even less who didn't understand that the two had a child between them. Though this might sound like an odd way to frame those matters, if one knew the kind of commotion that was caused around Lionel's birth, it would be much easier to explain. The Void Palace had many strict rules. Among them, there were regulations around pregnancy and conceiving children. As such, it was no surprise, then, that Lionel's birth had quite a lot of controversy surrounding it. Though these rules sounded quite barbaric from the perspective of the Void Palace, it made a lot of sense. They were raising up the protectors of the domain, and the responsibility placed on the shoulder of their disciples was completely unlike anything one would find from another organization. In such a strict environment, where there were hardly any barriers between men and women, one could imagine what these sort of stress-filled conditions would lead to. At the end of the day, men and women were two sides of the same coin and complemented one another. Left to their own devices, it was inevitable that they would pair up, and if there were no sort of regulations around these matters, it could negatively affect and compromise the ability of the Void Palace to function as it was meant to. In almost any other situation, Eleanor would have been executed and Velasco would follow not long after. However, in this one, well, it could only be said that Lionel's father was a bit of a madman. The Void Palace had already reached a point of not wanting to provoke Val too much after what had happened following Lionel's grandfather's death. However, they still had to make a showing for this matter. The rules were important, and they couldn't just allow anyone to break them as they pleased. Unfortunately, Velasco hadn't felt like tiptoeing around the matter and playing their games, leading to the second time Void Palace was almost flipped on its head. Visit for the best notification experience. As such, when the three-sector ranked disciples looked toward Lionel, what they saw was more than just a boy holding an amethyst token. They found instead a ticking time bomb in human form. Alienor sighed. Lionel could have easily kept these matters to himself for a longer period of time. It might have been more advisable to do so, and it would have made certain things far easier. But he had actually purposely chosen this route. Well, never mind. He's so adorable when he calls me Mom. A smile bloomed on Alienor's features. With a wave of her hand, the struggling youths were cradled by a gentle energy and risen into the air. They were so supremely focused on regaining control of their bodies that they didn't even notice the change. Well, you've heard my son. If you're finished now, you can move out of the way. Alienor walked forward without another word, guiding the youths into the gate. Lionel, who followed after her, took another look around, a curious glint in his eye before his gaze fell on Asena. For some reason, he felt the need to memorize her face. Beneath Lionel's scrutiny, Asena's frown deepened, but the smile on his face couldn't help but remind her of a certain man, a reality that only made her pretty features snarl a bit. Visit. For a better user experience, Lionel didn't miss this change at all and even felt somewhat inwardly amused. He had a few guesses as to why this woman would react this way to his face despite how polite he was being. Still, he didn't lose his smile. My name is Lionel Morales. Nice to meet you, Overseer. Thank you in advance for your future impartial judgment, and I'm sorry about the long wait. I'll do my best to make sure we fall more in line with the coming rules. Asena was stunned for a moment before she realized her reaction was a bit off, but that only made her stern expression become somewhat of a blush. Damn it, this little brat is just like his playboy father. Lionel nodded in respect to the two men by Asena's side before continuing on after his mother. Though her face was looking away, the smile on Alienor's face could hardly be contained. Deep within the Void Palace, the arrival of Lionel and his mother didn't go unnoticed. With how important this location was, it was simply impossible that anything could slip their attention. From the moment the portal had been formed, they were already aware of who was coming, how many there would be, and how powerful they were. It seems like that day has finally come. The latest open courses are on the website. An aged voice spoke into the shadows. The room made the concentration of anarchic force in the surroundings of Void Palace look like child's play. However, these were among the most valuable training rooms of the organization. When controlled in this fashion, the continuous suppression caused by anarchic force, followed by a period of relief, could cause great growth in a warrior's strength. For older individuals reaching the end of their potential, these dangerous methods were more of the norm. It wasn't a surprise for many of them to share rooms like this as they oversaw matters. In the end, they were the true backbone of the human domain and needed to push themselves as such. I was told that the boy suffered a grievous wound after his birth, but it seems that he's recovered just fine. Though, being only at Tier 5 of the 5th dimension at his age, considering his background, is definitely lacking. Another silence fell over the room before another spoke. Send Cornelius to oversee these matters. This generation is a bit too volatile. Hums of agreement resounded, but under a layer of their ambience was a silent and tacit understanding. They were all aware what a volatile generation like this one represented. Visit for the best no_read_ng experience. Chapter 1267. Orinik and the others kept their heads lowered the entire time, not wanting to get involved in these matters. They didn't have a mother like Alienor to rely on, so staying low was the best option they had for now. What Orinik didn't expect, though, was that he would be stopped. Hold! Asena's voice sounded not long after Alienor vanished. The rest of you can go. You stay. Ornik's lowered gaze flashed for a moment, as though he was calculating something. He could hear the shuffling feet around him, as though the other ranked disciples vanished one after another, leaving him behind. Though Ganner hesitated for a moment, he ultimately did as he was told and vanished as well. Asena, one of the male sector-ranked disciples who had followed after her, looked toward her with a questioning gaze. There wasn't exactly anything wrong with what Asena was doing, but it was definitely a gray zone, especially since he could guess the kind of questions she would ask. For the sake of maintaining their facade of equality and fairness, the Void Palace took several measures, not the least of which were the rules surrounding the selection process. Usually, Eleanor wouldn't even be allowed to be an overseer, as she would be biased toward her sector. But even that potential trouble was mitigated by the true selection set to take place in 3 hours. That said, in order to prevent the spread of rumors, fellow overseers weren't meant to question the methods of their colleagues either. If no one was asking questions, then there wouldn't be scandals to be found. Visit. For the best notification experience, this was to say that Asena's act in stopping Orinik was most definitely towing a vague line that she may very well have already crossed. However, she didn't mind her fellow sector-ranked disciple in the slightest as she asked her question. I don't want to question Lady Eleanor's methods. I'm only very curious. They were several months late, and they even handed out an amethyst token. How could I not be intrigued? This year, there was only one other amethyst token given. Orinik's gaze flickered once more, but his head remained downward as he knew these words weren't directed at him, but were rather a method of Asena using semantics to absolve herself of responsibility. What was more shocking, though, was that there was only one other amethyst token given out. While it was true that they were exceptionally rare and only a handful would be given out every selection round, this was still a matter of relativity. Though Orinik had said in his speech that there were many years not a single amethyst token would be handed out, he had only exaggerated for impact. This was a usual approach the envoys took because the criteria for handing out an amethyst token were so vague that there would often be geniuses who thought they were greatly deserving who would cause a commotion over them. It would be fine if it was just the genius alone who acted, but if their family got involved as well, it could lead to a messy situation. So, it was best if they all believed it was far out of their reach. Only when they came to the Void Palace would they understand the truth. Of course, this wasn't to say that the amethyst token was some ubiquitous thing. There were tens of thousands of sectors in the human domain, and only a handful of amethyst tokens would be given out. But if what Asena said was true, that meant that this year there would only be one who was truly deserving of it. The latest underscore SODIs are on the website. That was unheard of. Obviously, Orinik didn't count Lionel among this number. In his view, and any objective person's view, it was a matter of clear nepotism. If not for this, he would have never laid a finger on such a reward. This only meant one of two things. Either this generation was so devoid of talent that hardly anyone was worth it, or this generation was so talented that no single person could seem to claim a sector for themselves. And Orinik had a sneaking suspicion that it was the latter. It seemed that Lionel would have to suffer for his mother's kindness. A small smile curled his lips as he kept his head lowered. Orinik would be lying if he said he didn't get a small bit of satisfaction from this. His life in the Void Palace was very hard, and he had to scratch and claw for everything. And soon, Lionel would realize that there were some things that couldn't just be handed to you on a silver platter, no matter who your mommy or daddy was. Explain the events of the selection to us. The latest SODIs are on the website. Hearing these words finally aimed toward him, Orinik didn't hesitate to explain everything he knew. He didn't embellish anything, as there was simply no need to. The truth spoke for itself. The amused expression in Asena's eyes only grew with every passing moment. She had thought that there would be some things to nitpick at here and there, but she had never thought that Eleanor would actually be so brazenly biased. She almost couldn't refrain from laughing out loud. In addition, judging by the recounting, that man's son was definitely far weaker than he was at that age. It seemed that she had overestimated him because of how easily he had adapted to the anarchic force. But, guessing by the rest of the story, Asena wouldn't even be surprised if Eleanor had delayed things for so long to use some artificial method to prepare Lionel for this environment. Though Asena was incorrect about this, she still felt like this was the most logical guess, or why else would Eleanor put such a brazen target on her son's back? To need several months to adapt to this level of anarchic force. Asena shook her head. It seems that your otherwise pure genes have been tainted by the trash that is your mother. That man had so many women to choose from, and yet she chose a pathetic galaxy-ranked disciple to ruin his lineage with. How strong would our children have been? We could have built an empire, but you actually chose that nameless bitch from a six-dimensional family. Asena's irises turned a darker shade before she calmed, her expression still the picture of stillness. Visit. For a better user experience, she would enjoy this very much. Chapter 1268. Asena didn't interrupt Orinik at all, allowing him to speak until he finished the final word. By the end of it all, even the more neutral male sector-ranked disciples had weird expressions on their faces. It was clear and obvious that Eleanor had gone too far. Even though the requirements of the amethyst token were quite vague, they were obvious enough to draw a clear line far ahead of where Lionel stood. Once Orinik finished, Asena smiled. Thank you for your explanation. This year, the true selections will be a bit different as the number of talents has grown so exponentially. Doing things the normal way won't work any longer, as we wouldn't want those who had proved themselves worthy to fall through the cracks. In order to facilitate these new methods, as the overseer, you'll be needing a few helpers to help inform the large amounts of youths under my charge and spread my orders. Ornik's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Another opportunity? One maybe even better than what he would have gained selling information about Lionel's appearance? No, he could take advantage of both. There was not even a need to choose. This was obviously Asena's subtle way of telling him to make sure as many people learned of these matters as possible. This was the kind of news that would spread eventually anyway. It wasn't as though Eleanor had taken any measures to silence them. But it seemed that Asena wouldn't be satisfied with just this alone. Yes, it would be my honor. Visit. For the best experience, Asena's smile deepened. Having crossed the barrier, the pressure around Lionel seemed more palpable. He had never truly felt the changes when shifting between dimensional worlds, and it still wasn't very exaggerated this time. But he still felt as though the air around him had become a touch heavier. Whether it was breathing or moving, it felt like a thin film of plastic had coated Lionel's body, making him slightly uncomfortable. But this was all. In fact, the feeling only took a few moments to vanish, as though he had torn the sheet of plastic from himself. Finally, he could look around his surroundings, but what he saw was almost as unexpected as the shock of the Void Palace's grandeur. Everything in this place seemed touched by darkness. The ground was coarse and littered with gray soil and black rock. The skies were perpetually overcast without the slightest hint of a sun's rays, and the air seemed to alternate in densities of fog. Sometimes one could see hundreds of meters ahead, and at other times, it felt difficult even to see your own hand before your face. However, this wasn't why Lionel was confused. Before him, there was a small village that seemed completely out of place. Most of the surroundings were made up of simple houses built of blackwood. They were only about 3 meters wide and deep and barely about 2 meters tall, maybe a bit over. There was no great organization to them. Those simple roads seemed to have been formed around them. Around these wooden cabins, or more toward the center of this odd village, there were larger structures. There was what seemed to be a smithy, an herb exchange, a healer's office, and also a handful of food exchanges. Visit. For a better user experience with just a glance, Lionel could sense several powerful auras resting in this odd makeshift village. Though he looked toward his mother for an explanation, her gaze didn't seem to give anything away. I will have to leave you all here. From what I can tell, little lion, these true selections will be different from the past, so there isn't much I can do to help you. Eleanor was going to continue to speak, but her gaze suddenly narrowed. shifting up to the sky. But all that was there was a vast, foggy canopy, and even in the few areas you could see through to the sky, there were nothing but more gray clouds waiting. There wasn't much a difference between them and fog to begin with. With a thought, Eleanor gently placed the youths down and turned toward Lionel with a light smile on her face. "Don't cause too much trouble, all right?" Lionel raised an eyebrow, looking down at his mother. After a moment, he too looked up into the skies. But this time, he sent his internal sight in a straight beam. It was completely invisible to the naked eye, and yet those with sensitive senses were immediately placed on alert, the attention of several shifting toward the entrance of the small village. Unfortunately, Lionel still found nothing. I guess the difference really is big. Visit. For the best known experience, Eleanor was stunned for a moment before she shook her head. The son that she had watched grow up was always so obedient and perfect. How had things become like this? Of course, Eleanor's smile only became brighter. And soon, the flaws she saw in her son just this moment were painted over and assimilated into her memories of him being obedient and perfect, perpetuating the cycle all over again. Be safe and protect the others. It's because of me that they're at such a disadvantage, Lionel nodded. He'll make sure nothing happens to them. Good. Eleanor ruffled her son's hair before vanishing before his eyes, leaving him staring at the expanse of the village. Up in the skies, a man with a face obscured by a mask stood, his robes fluttering and his eyes narrowed. While it was true that Lionel hadn't been able to sense him, that beam of internal sight had gone right through his forehead. With how vast the skies were, and how thin Lionel had made the line, the odds of such a perfect strike was completely unfathomable. There was no coincidence. He had done it on purpose. Visit. For the best no-understanding experience, this brat is just as arrogant as his father, still unwilling to take a loss. These matters will be annoying to deal with. Cornelius mumbled to himself, his voice deep and grating. Chapter 1269. Lionel gazed up at the skies once more after his mother had left, but chose to leave those matters be. He really only used a small trick to pinpoint that mysterious person's location. It was as easy as calculating the line of his mother's sight and the distance at which her gaze focused, then reverse engineering it from his location. With his current mental capacity and the fact his mother wasn't on guard against him, obviously it was as easy as breathing. Yep. Lionel retracted his gaze and took little Blackstar into his arms. With a sigh, he looked around. The youths of Earth, planet Luxnix, planet Montex, and planet Viola, not to mention Raya, were all now sitting in meditation. Some of them looked far more uncomfortable than the others, but at this pace, there was simply no way they would be prepared in just 3 hours. Old man, what do you think? Is there a way to speed up this process? Lionel couldn't very well continue to talk with the old man out loud, so he had learned a method of doing so with his internal sight thanks to the Luxnix vast store of manipulation-type techniques. This made things far more convenient as well. Anarchic force isn't a joke, kid. There's no speeding up the process. Doing so will just kill them. I have a feeling that the only reason you are fine is because you suffered for days pulling it out of your body, so you've already undergone a baptism of a far higher concentration. Speaking of which, if it's so volatile in such a low concentration, why did I never notice that so much was in my body? The anarchic force came when you stole energy from the regulator, and that energy was immediately used to fuel your innate node's ridiculous growth. It's more likely than not that it was your innate node that stored it all, protecting you from it. Visit. For the best no-energy experience, when you reconnected your nodal pathways, it finally gained an outlet to expel it all. Lionel nodded. These were his thoughts as well. He felt that he could sense his innate node with even more clarity than he had before now. So it was clear that something had been obstructing it. Lionel suddenly turned his head back, but the envoys he had been expecting to find weren't there. Or rather, there was only one of them, Orinik. He followed behind Asena, but even the other 2 sector-ranked disciples were nowhere to be seen. The only explanation was that while they had all entered the same Python, that didn't mean they would all end up at the same location. Clearly, there were methods of controlling this that Lionel wasn't aware of just yet. A lot of attention had already been aimed toward Lionel's location due to his sudden use of internal sight. So when Arsena, a sector-ranked disciple, appeared, the attention toward this region only grew. Soon, a few figures stepped out from their blackwood cabins, their gazes observing Lionel and the other newcomers. But, seeing their silent struggle against anarchic force, each one of them had a different reaction. Some were pensive, others sneered, and others remained indifferent. This last group was maybe the one Lionel paid the most attention to. Arsena ignored these observers and trained her own indifferent gaze toward Lionel. Without Eleanor being here, the pressure she gave off was far less restrained. Despite her being more than a full head shorter than Lionel, she might as well have been a towering mountain to him. The strength hidden within that petite body of hers was undeniable. At that moment, though, something Arsena hadn't been expecting occurred. A young lady that dwarfed her beauty in every way, shape and form appeared by Lionel's side. Her face was pale to an extreme, and her body was trembling from head to toe, but she still struggled to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lionel, bearing Arsena's pressure along with him. Visit. For the best-known experience, it felt that everyone's attention was immediately diverted to this young woman. She looked like the perfect image of a gorgeous fairy, her black hair falling like a glistening waterfall and her golden irises flickering like two radiant stars. In this bleak atmosphere, she looked to be the only light. While everyone else was enraptured, though, Lionel frowned. "You haven't adjusted yet. Go back and meditate." Anna didn't take her gaze away from Arsena immediately. "But we don't have time," Anna said lightly. "You'll have all the time you need." Anna's gaze finally shifted away from Arsena to meet Lionel's. Her lips gave way to a smile, her pale expression making her look like a frail flower one should protect with their entire being. "Yes, my king." Anna obediently turned back and returned her meditation, her beautiful voice being carried by the wind and making the day seem just that much brighter. Toward her actions, though, despite his expression not showing it, Lionel could only smile bitterly on the inside. The latest Corsodies are on website. No matter what his mother did, there would never be any greater aggros than a woman with beauty beyond words. Just the act of Anna stepping to Lionel's side had already lit a fire in several eyes. However, her form of address to him was like a barrel of explosive oil poured over it all. Lionel's gaze turned back to Arsena, meeting hers. A flicker of red and violet danced in his eyes, his king's might swimming between tangible and intangible. The momentum Arsena had built up seemed worthless. Arsena's gaze narrowed, but once again, she inwardly found another opportunity. A generational goddess was more motivation for some than even an amethyst token. "I've come to tell you all that the true selection will begin in 3 hours. The others have already been briefed on what to expect and how to prepare, but you latecomers will have to rely on yourselves to figure out what is coming. All I can tell you is that if you want a cabin and a place to rest, you'll have to build it yourself. And if you want to buy things from the smithy or rent the services of a healer, you will only be able to do so with void points, as outside currencies are useless here. Good luck." Arsena vanished, leaving Lionel as the only line of defense between over a dozen meditating and vulnerable youths and a group of geniuses from across the human domain. Visit for a better user experience. Chapter 1270. Lionel turned his gaze away from the youths before him. He couldn't just leave them here, but it seemed he would have to if he wanted to find out what was going on in this place. There was no way he could trust these people who had a vested interest in having as little competition as possible with the well-being of his people. "Blackstar, you stay here and protect them." Yep. If anything goes wrong, you could just reach out to me. I will return immediately." "Yep." Little Blackstar leapt out of Lionel's arms and softly landed on Anna's lap. The little guy scurried around in a state of half familiarity and half hesitation. The little black star couldn't speak like a human. His thoughts were no less complex, and his connection with Lionel was very deep. Because of this, the little guy was aware of a great many things, though its summation couldn't be articulated. In the end, though, little black star's tense body relaxed, and his hesitation drifted away. Scurrying up Ana's arm, he found a resting spot on her shoulder before giving Lionel a reassuring twitch of his long whiskers. The latest _SODIs are on _the website. Lionel immediately got the gist of little black star's thoughts. They were something to the effect of, "I won't let anyone touch a single hair on her head." Towards such a thing, he could only speechlessly shake his head. He had said to protect everyone. How had this little runt interpreted things that way? Forget it. Little Black Star wouldn't sit idly by if any one of them was attacked. Lionel tapped his foot on the ground, causing several beast constructs to slowly take form. Interesting. It feels a bit sluggish manipulating force here. I'm still a bit too used to snatching energy from the atmosphere, though. It would have been much faster if I relied on my internal force instead. Habits built over several years took time to break, and the few days Lionel had weren't enough. Luckily, with the control tier of his ability slowly coming under his wing more and more every day, Lionel was better suited to breaking bad habits than almost anyone else in existence. The beast constructed Lionel formed were practically invisible to the naked eye and relied on a lot of the concept he had used in forming the spider beast construct he had prepared for Ana's father. But now they only had a small amount of spatial properties, but were mostly designed to be Lionel's eyes and ears. Once this was finished, Lionel turned toward the village once more, strolling forward. However, he had only made it to the line of the outer borders when he suddenly found that his road forward was blocked by a singular young man. Visit. For a better user experience, nothing in particular stood out about this person. He had normal black hair, and he wasn't too tall, being a head shorter than Lionel himself. He had a broad and stocky build, and made his shoulders appear to be quite strong, and his irises seemed a bit blacker than would be natural. But considering the low light of the surroundings, it could have just as easily been an illusion of the eye. Still, he stood before Lionel quite confidently, his expression not really giving much away. Lionel towered over him, his hands carelessly loose within his pockets. Despite the 3-hour time limit, he didn't seem to be in a rush at all, standing in place and meeting the gaze of this young man without much difficulty. As silent as the space between the two of them was, the gravel and rocks that surrounded them shifted ever so slightly from time to time. Under such pressure, it was very much possible that the ground of a fifth-dimensional world would have long been grinded into fine sand. Lionel shifted his gaze away from the young man, looking past him and seeing that many of the youths who had stepped out of their cabins had yet to return. Their purpose wasn't entirely clear, but if there was a simple method to get rid of competition and variables, why wouldn't they take it? They had all come with support systems of their own, but it was very obvious that Lionel was alone. Taking him out would only be a matter of a small effort. Once he was dealt with, dealing with the rest while they were so vulnerable would be as easy as breathing. Lionel fell into thought for a moment. On the one hand, he didn't particularly want to start off his days in this place on the wrong foot. But on the other, the latest _SODIs are on the website. Orinik had already silently vanished into the village, and though he hadn't said anything to Lionel, there were too many oddities about his appearance here. Between our entering the gates and his appearance with that lady, there were 3 minutes that passed. It's an odd time dilation if there was always a plan to be here. Even if it was a last-minute addition, 3 minutes is a bit on the longer side. Though, not long enough that it's too suspicious either. Plus, is being the nice guy here even possible? I already tried with that lady, and yet the first thing she did when she faced me again was try to pressure me once more. There's also that guy in the skies, but he's probably only here to make sure that things actually follow the rules since Mom didn't tell me anything about him. In that case, Lionel sighed. Bringing a hand out of his pockets, he ran his fingers through his hair. Of their 3-hour timer, half a minute had already passed, and even more was only ticking by. He couldn't very well have to fight everyone in this village, right? No, that wasn't the proper way to think of things. He would just have to make sure that that thought never even crossed their minds. The pupils of the young man before Lionel's suddenly constricted, but it was already too late. A claw-like hand had appeared hovering above his head. Lionel's gaze down toward him, now having become a frightening cold. The latest episodies are on the website. I'm a bit ignorant of the rules here. Can I kill this ant? The words seemed spoken at nobody, and yet the figure in the sky knew quite well they were for him. Chapter 1271. The young man had no idea when Lionel's hand had appeared above his head, and yet, despite the fact there was no actual physical touch between them, he could still feel an undeniable pressure squeezing down, making his eyes feel as though they might pop out of their sockets at any moment. The pressure was palpable, his knees shaking and bending, a cold sweat coating his back and forehead, and veins popping up across his body. He didn't even dare to take a step forward or back, in fear that any such action might lead to his inevitable death. "Oh," Lionel spoke again. No response. A smile crept across Lionel's face, but the coldness that remained in his eyes made it feel like the call of a devil. The young man didn't dare to shift his gaze away, and yet he was praying and hoping that he could look at something else, anything else. The impact on his psyche was even more damning than the impact on his body. He felt all the bits and pieces of his cobbled-together confidence crumbling one after another. Lionel shrugged. "You saw it for yourself, right? The only rules our supposed overseer let us know of is the fact that I have to build cabins for myself. But she never said what would happen if I just killed one of you and took it for myself. If my hand slipped and I made a mistake, could it really be blamed on me?" Once again, Lionel's words were met with nothing more than silence. However, his smile only became brighter, morphing into a toothy grin as flickers of crimson danced within his eyes. Visit. For the best experience, an oppressive fog of violet and red began to rise, his short hair dancing about ever so slightly in the upswing of force. "It seems that no one cares if you die. Goodbye." Lionel's forearm bulged, veins dancing with power manifesting as he clamped downward. The horrid screech of the boy came next. It was the kind of pained cry that sent shivers down one's spine. In many ways, it only made it worse that he was facing away from the few spectators that remained. Their own imaginations filled in the blanks for what kind of horrible expressions he was making with his head under that kind of pressure. "That's enough." The voice was calm and unhurried, and yet enveloped the whole of the surroundings. Lionel's strength was snuffed out with a slight breeze, vanishing as though it had never been there. Even he couldn't help but be surprised. To eliminate someone's strength like that without hurting them in the slightest was definitely a shocking feat of skill. Lionel was very much impressed. "Visit." For the best known experience, the young man collapsed to the ground, holding onto his head as he bled from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. He looked as though he had been tortured for millennia and no longer had the strength to pull himself back together. However, Lionel wasn't paying attention to him in the slightest. Instead, he had turned a gaze toward the sky. Though the man was still much too far away to be seen by the likes of them, Lionel could finally make out his presence. The Void Palace has a strict mandate against killing. Its foundation is built upon creating the future leaders and protectors of the human race. You can push one another and battle for supremacy, but death will not be tolerated. The voice and the man's presence vanished after this. In truth, Cornelius really thought about letting Lionel kill the young man. If that happened, even though they wouldn't be able to punish Lionel the way they normally would due to the circumstances surrounding this matter, they could still expel him. That much would save them a great amount of headache in the future. But in the end, Cornelius chose against this line of action. Petty tricks like this only worked against those with backing they could ignore, and only further with those who actually cared about semantics and curving around the rules. That man, though, Didn't give a damn. Visit. For the best experience, Cornelius' gaze shifted toward a certain direction, landing in an inconspicuous place. It was only for the briefest of moments, but Asena felt as though her head had been dunked into a vat of dry ice. Her body tensed up, and even long after Cornelius had turned his gaze away, she still didn't dare to make any sudden movements. That brat actually dared to use me in this way. Just give me one slip up, just a single one, and he'll make sure to spank you well in your father's stead. Cornelius hadn't had such an immature thought decades, and didn't even realize there was anything wrong with it until several days later. Unfortunately, over time, he would soon learn that this was just the kind of effect Lionel had on people. Lionel smiled brightly on the ground. This time, the coldness that had suffused it was nowhere to be seen. However, the fact there was a young man writhing in pain on the ground before him didn't help his image very much at all. Thank you for your guidance. Lionel respectfully thanked the invisible man above him and stepped over the young man who was still clinging to his head. That's one minor problem dealt with, but I still didn't end up getting an explanation for everything else. It seems I'll still have to find out for myself. Lionel's gaze quickly swept the village, and he entered. The latest _EP_SODIes are on _ website. He noticed a sign to the side that read, Village 0012. It was likely, then, that this was just one of many. However, whether that meant that the true selection would only encompass this one alone, or incorporate the others as well, was a relative unknown to him. I guess I should check the smithy first. I don't think there's much of a point in building cabins now, at least from my current understanding. What good is a house you can only use for 3 hours? But if there's a reason I should, then that answer will be found there. It's too odd that a culmination of geniuses from across the human domain, most of whom come from wealthy and well-off families, would need the services of a smithy at all. There's got to be a reason for that. Chapter 1272. When Lionel entered the village, he felt a shift in the force. He could feel its density and its heaviness, but he could also feel the difficulty in grasping and forcing this force to bend to your will. It was yet another great change from the region he had just been in. The realization made Lionel wonder a few things. Could it be that the Void Palace was split into tiers like this with ever-progressing density of energy? If that was the case, how far did it go? It was very possible that Lionel hadn't truly experienced the truth bulk of strength a world at the pinnacle of the 7th dimension could exude. Many still silently observed Lionel as he walked through the village, and the density of people only grew as he got closer to the village center. Lionel stuck out not only because of what he had done to the previous young man, but also because he was the only one who seemed to be walking alone. Likely as a sign of caution, most of the youths here moved in pairs at a minimum, but many more walked in groups of 3 or 4, with 4 seeming to be the cap. There was a tense quiet that hung over the village, and Lionel could imagine that it had been like this for a long while. None of these people would relax until they had confirmed their entry into the Void Palace. Little did they know, though, that the true nightmare only began once this threshold was crossed. Of course, Lionel was oblivious to all of this as well, but he could understand these people. 99% of them were nominal disciples who had barely been able to scrape by and gain a position. There was only 1 amethyst token and 3 golden tokens to be given out, and even if you were the top 4 strongest in your sector, you weren't guaranteed any one of them if you didn't meet a certain standard. Knowing this, it was no wonder so many of them were nervous and on guard. Visit. For the best known NG experience, this year seemed to have far more participants than usual, and that meant far more enemies. They all had to keep their heads on a swivel, especially when it came to newcomers and unknown variables like Lionel and the others. Lionel, though, was observing them for a vastly different reason. He wanted to see which of them were actually threats and which weren't. He also wanted to see which of them were just hiding themselves and playing the long con, and which of them were truly wary of him. His interaction with the young man previously told him that just an outward showing of confidence wasn't enough to show strength. But that also meant that the vice versa was true as well. Tier level had suddenly become an absolutely useless metric for Lionel. Everyone here was either Tier 8 or Tier 9 of the 5th dimension. This was the case across the board. However, the strength level and variations among those who shared these tier levels was astronomical. At this point, Lionel almost felt that the lower tier a person was in this place, the stronger they were overall, something that was completely counterintuitive anywhere else. But this was the result you got when you gathered so many geniuses together. Lionel's own mother was still in the 6th dimension, just like the Luxnix family elders were, but wasn't the gap between them all still ridiculously enormous? And these were the very same 6th-dimensional elders that had wiped the floor with the elders of the Viola family just days earlier. In the beginning of Lionel's journey, he had had a nice and succinct power level calculator, but he had been forced to abandon it long ago. Now, though, he almost felt he would have to bring it back in some form or fashion, or else he would really be going into all of these interactions blind. Visit. For the best known experience, Lionel shook his head. He had already gone down that rabbit hole once before, and it was nothing more than a headache. There were simply too many variables to account for. It was better to rely on an instinctual feeling, ironically enough. What do you think, old man? How do you tell how much power a person wields? Isn't that simple? Just look at their souls. Lionel's expression became weird. There's a huge taboo around using internal sight to just probe people like that, and mine is no longer strong enough to just get away with it. Aren't you asking me to form enemies everywhere I went? It's not my fault you're unskilled. I've already given you the answer you wanted. Now leave me alone. I have to care for my real disciples. Lionel shook his head before completely ignoring the old man's request. Would it really work? Visit. For the best no-understanding experience, obviously. People say eyes are the window to the soul, but the soul is literally the soul itself. It can't get any more important. Humans can't even sense and manipulate their own, so they have no ability to hide its secrets from those more skilled than them outside of using special treasures. Observing a soul won't give you a direct number you can translate to strength output, but reading the disposition of a soul will tell you a lot about a person. How much confidence they have, if it's false bravado or real, how much work they put in to earn such a thing, so on and so forth. A soul can't lie. Lionel laughed inwardly. You could have fooled me. Wise Star Order snorted and proceeded to ignore Lionel. The latter didn't have time to mind this, though, as he had made it to the very doors of the smithy he had been aiming for. Unsurprisingly, there were many who could be found here as well, but the atmosphere was even more tense. Despite there only being 3 hours until the trial began, many huddled near the counters of the smithy or corners all to their own, silently clutching something within their palms they didn't want to allow anyone else to see. Visit. For the best known experience, the opening of the door caused several to shoot glances toward Lionel, their gazes becoming more serious when they realized they couldn't recognize him at all. Chapter 1273. The more Lionel saw of this tense atmosphere, the more put off he was. He could even feel some of these reservations beginning to press upon himself as well. It was simply human nature to follow along with the crowd. But the oddity of it all was that a genius didn't usually fall into such things so easily. Lionel couldn't help but wonder what could have happened to such a large group of geniuses for the blades to dull to this extent. What had he missed in these last few months? The smithy had 3 main counters, none of which seemed to be markedly different from the others. Behind each of them, one stoic individual stood. All 3 were men and completely shirtless. Whenever someone came forward, an odd-looking spatial ring would be handed over. The man would then disappear behind the curtains to their back, only to return several minutes later with the very same odd spatial ring. The client, in this case, would hurriedly take the spatial ring away and rush out of the smithy with their heads lowered. The truth was that the only reason Lionel was able to tell this was a smithy, as all was because he was quite sensitive to such things. Though the curtains were embedded with force arts that muffled sounds and blocked force, Lionel could practically smell it in the air. But that once again left him baffled. Do they really need weapons to this extent? Unless Lionel's gaze narrowed. With a thought, he flipped a palm and a weapon appeared within it. This wasn't a weapon that came out of the spear domain. Rather, it was one of the prototypes he had formed to prepare for practicing with his Scarlet Star Force arts. Visit. For a better user experience, there wasn't anything special about the material other than the fact it was six-dimensional. It was only a material of this level that could withstand destruction characteristics for a long enough period of time for Lionel to make use of it. For a long while, nothing happened. Several flickering gazes landed on Lionel right then, but each of them turned away just as quickly as though they were scared that others would get the wrong idea. Even after several minutes passed, nothing happened. But Lionel's expression only became more serious. He reached forward with his other hand, with a slight bend of his wrists. Snap! Just like that, a perfectly primed and ready six-dimensional metal snapped like a twig. Nothing seemed wrong with it initially, and yet it had already crumbled from the inside out. Those who had been silently observing Lionel snarled. It was obvious that he had figured it out without being told anything. Their efforts at keeping this matter secret had clearly fallen through. Without hesitation, Lionel immediately transferred everything within his spatial ring into the segmented cube and then brought the cube itself out. He didn't care about the gazes that fell onto it as he forced the segmented cube to change its form. The latest underscoring course ODs are on the website. The segmented cube was unable to become a spatial ring as it couldn't shrink past a certain point, but Lionel still managed to get it to become a finger sleeve that wrapped around his forefinger in miniature jigsaw pieces. Lionel gazed upon his original spatial ring, but unsurprisingly, with a light squeeze of his hand, it crumbled to dust. It seems that anarchic force isn't a joke. Will the necklace be fine? Lionel turned his attention to the necklace that held Y-Star Order and then the necklace that held the golden-scaled koi fish. After a few checks, he realized that they still managed to maintain their structural integrity, at least for now. He would have to pay attention to this. The chain that held the golden-scaled koi fish up snapped under a pull from Lionel before crumbling to dust. However, the ocean drop vial was perfectly fine. It seemed that only materials that had a certain standard would be able to survive in this environment. It was likely that even clothing wasn't safe. Lionel cast another glance and realized that everyone was wearing the same uniform. He hadn't thought about it much because this was an organization after all. Of course they would have the same uniforms. But if he allowed things to continue like this, he would end up naked very quickly. The anarchic force seems to work slower on normal fabrics because there's no force to feed off of. But it'll only be a matter of time before all our clothes crumble to ash. Lionel thought back to all those men who were still eyeing everyone he had brought and suddenly understood that maybe their intentions were more perverted than sinister. Visit. For a better user experience seems, it'll either need to find a method to gain uniforms or at least build cabins so that everyone can maintain their dignity. Lionel had a feeling that the Void Palace wouldn't be giving out these uniforms free of charge. When one thought about it, what better way would there be to make such a large population of geniuses feel so timid and reserved? These sadistic bastards. Lionel almost couldn't refrain from laughing. They wanted to cut everyone down a peg, so they stripped them of their clothing and made them fight for scraps. Lionel had been able to figure out the problem quickly, but what about the others? There had probably been a time here where everyone was forced to use rocks and planks of wood to cover their decency. How could you continue to be arrogant, prideful, and haughty under such circumstances? It was even worse that Lionel and the others were only given 3 hours. At this pace, their clothes would be nothing more than ash by the time the true selection started. And then what? They were meant to participate naked? Visit. For a better user experience, Lionel's amused gaze flickered with a cold light. He didn't actually care about being naked or not, but for some reason, this still made him angry. At the village entrance, a certain little mink's long whiskers twitched, taking an even more defensive stance around Aina, as he freely interpreted Lionel's thoughts. Chapter 1274. Lionel closed his eyes, taking a small breath. When he opened them once more, he had regained his focus. He was at least 90% certain now that one of the main tasks he had to accomplish in Village 0012 was to earn uniform. But he not only had to do this for himself, but also another more than dozen individuals. However, if there was one hidden pitfall, Lionel would be foolish to believe that there wouldn't be another, especially after spending so much time with Y Star Order. With a sharp eye, Lionel proceeded to visit every shop. Soon, he found out just how correct he was. There were pitfalls to be found in every one of them. The second and most obvious issue was water and food in general. The food stores were clearly the only way to guarantee healthy sources of nutrition. Much the same way geniuses brought resources to the smithy in exchange for what Lionel assumed was clothing or weapons, so too did they bring resources to the storefront in exchange for what Lionel assumed was food and water. Then there were the herb shops. This store, in Lionel's estimation, was probably a bit different. It wasn't just about nutrition or clothing, it was about finding a path to strengthen yourself and slow the deterioration of your strength. Spending such a long time in this environment ate away at not only one's psyche, but also, in a much more literal sense, one's force. The process was once more unchanged. A secret exchange between worker and disciple followed by a dash away by the latter. Finally, there was the final storefront, the healer. By the time Lionel got here, there was a familiar young man barely holding himself together as he dragged himself in. But even outside of him, the line here was even longer than all the other lines combined. Visit. For the best known experience, Lionel had gotten quite used to seeing gruesome injuries, but this was truly on another level entirely. Promising youths had entire arms and legs lost. Some had their guts spilling out of their stomachs, and Lionel even saw one with a bite taken out of their skull, just barely sparing the tender flesh of their now exposed brain. When Lionel was finished, he realized a few things. First, there was nothing on the outside of these buildings that described what their function was. There were no signs, no exchange rates, no friendly smile waiting to explain, nothing. Lionel realized that the only reason he had been able to tell what purpose these buildings served was by observing the process of elimination and deduction. It was something that all humans could do, but something he most definitely did on a far higher level than most. Of course, it was also a great help that everyone else had already figured these things out in his stead. Even if he wasn't even a tenth as intelligent, he would be able to guess. The second thing he realized was that all of these matters were practically the bare minimum an organization should provide. A treasury, health, food, and healing. If an organization couldn't provide these things, then there was really no need for its existence. And yet, it was precisely these foundational things that the Void Palace forced them all to scratch and claw for. Lionel could easily imagine a scene where these geniuses came to this place, feeling high and mighty about their acceptance into the human domain's greatest power, only to get slapped in the face repeatedly by a cruel reality. They didn't end up being treated like kings and queens like they hoped. Instead, they were stripped of their clothing, forced to find that the treasures and resources they had brought with them to flaunt their wealth was useless, and then humiliated to the point they could only scurry around like rats and mice in the place they should have held their heads up the highest. Visit. For a better user experience, Lionel could even imagine situations where food they had brought was poisoned by the anarchic force, their water becoming laced with impurities that forced them to rush to these healers, only for them to come to the understanding that nothing in this place was free. They had probably begged and pleaded. Some of them had probably even thrown a fit and become enraged, only to realize that the store workers were behemoths with strength capable of crushing them all with nothing more than a single finger. A dream simulation of what must have happened formulated in Lionel's mind, becoming clearer and clearer until it all snapped into place, filling him with understanding. So what do I do about it? Lionel's mind flashed. He already deduced the answer. With a spin of his heel, his body flashed, appearing to the outskirts of the village on the direct opposing side of where he had entered. While the front of the village had nothing, The back was walled off by a wall of thick black logs connected as one. There were no doorways or gates, something that left Lionel confused for a moment, until he spotted a poor soul leaping over from the other side and falling nearly 100 meters in a frantic getaway. Despite their best efforts, a tendril of what looked like a beast Lionel had simply never seen before lashed out, slapping against the leg of the falling victim before they could get all the way over. The latest _European corsodies are on _the website. A cry of pain resounded as the individual found their leg bursting into a misty rain of crimson. Their bodies spiraled off to the side, causing their fall to accelerate at a downward angle. Bang! A 100-meter fall in a 7th-dimensional world was no joke, especially for a 5th-dimensional existence, no matter how much of a genius you were. Just from his vantage point, Lionel could tell that the young man had broken practically every bone in his body just now. I guess that answers where they're all going to get hurt. Lionel looked up. Just scaling this 100-meter wall of logs was a feat. After all, they were planted vertically, not horizontally. To have to do so while being chased by something that could kill you with a single slap. Well, Lionel had a feeling that there were a ton of corpses on the other side of this wall. No time to waste. Visit. For a better user experience, Lionel activated the second awakening of his Snowy Star Owl lineage factor speed branch. A road of white gold appeared beneath his feet. With a step, he shot into the skies with a deft control, his toes stamping down hard on the log wall and jetting himself upward. Soon, he vanished over its height. Chapter 1275. He left? Already? Is he an idiot? They only have 3 hours left. What choice did he have? A laughing voice responded. The location was Village 0012 within a cabin built much larger than most of the others around it, though the craftsmanship was shoddy. It was clear that the original cabin had been built much smaller before its owner grew more confident and began to put in additional add-ons. There's no use in rushing if you're just going off to your death. At this point, we might as well not even waste our time. He'll get himself killed. I don't know how he accustomed himself to the anarchic force so quickly, but the concentration here and the concentration in the forest are on 2 completely different levels. Within the cabin, 2 young men sat. They seemed like oddly matched mirror images of one another. The look might have been absolutely perfect had it not been for the fact they wore the exact same uniform everyone else did. One had a head of white hair and black eyes, while the other had a head of black hair and white eyes. The former had skin as dark as night, while the latter had skin as bright as day. However, maybe the most interesting thing about them was that their features were identical down to the individual strands of hair on their head and up to the slight slant of their smiles. These 2 were from a very prominent family of the 7th dimension, the Libra family. If this family were to be put on a scale of 1 to 10, where 1 would be the weakest families of the 7th dimension and 10 would be the strongest, they would likely fall between 7 and 8. Simply put, having disciples enter the Void Palace wasn't rare for them in the slightest, and this was especially so with a pair like these 2. The white-haired and dark-skinned brother, Juan. The black-haired and light-skinned brother, Droid. The latest _corsodies are on _the website. The 2 had obviously planned to do something to Lionel, if for nothing other than to whittle down the competition a bit more. However, it was also clear that they felt that Lionel was unworthy of the emphasis they were going to give him, judging by his choices alone. The truth was that the only ones still scrambling around and trying to drudge up void points now were those who were at the bottom of the totem pole to begin with. Those who were confident in themselves were resting and waiting for the 3-hour limit to be completed, knowing that, if Lionel wasn't a threat, why would they waste their time risking their peak condition for the coming true selection? It was best if they saved their resources and strength. At that moment, though, an unexpected knock came from the door. The 2 brothers met each other's gaze before putting up their guards. Just because they didn't see Lionel as a threat didn't mean that there would be other threats to watch out for. When they finally did open the door, though, the person they found was Orinik. And when they heard what he had to say, The sly and slanted smiles of the two brothers only deepened. Lionel had already deduced what he had to do. As annoying as Asena was, she had still managed to leave him behind a clue. Build your own cabin. Visit. For the best experience, the obvious question to ask to such a task was how. Obviously, this how didn't refer to the logistics of the actual matter, but rather in the more auxiliary matters. For example, where'd he build it? Was anywhere fine? And then, the most important of the auxiliary questions, where would he find the wood to do so? Lionel didn't know for certain, but he had an educated guess as to two places. The first was the most obvious, and that was beyond the wall of black logs. The second was more subtle, but still required going beyond the walls regardless, and that was to exchange void points for the wood he needed. As Lionel fell from the top of the walls, he realized that his conjectures were correct. Or, at the very least, the first thing he saw was a vast cloud of fog. As far as the eye could see, this fog covered everything. The second thing Lionel saw were the treetops and tree canopies that just barely managed to peek out above the dome of fog. The trees closer to the village were much smaller than the 100-meter-tall longs used to construct the walls, but those further only became taller and taller to the point they rivaled mountains all to their own. These trees, though, were all made of greatly resistant materials and were likely the very wood that made up so many of the cabins. With a whoosh, Lionel shot through the dome of fog, leaving behind a small hole that was quickly enveloped from all sides. But the moment he did so, his pupils constricted. Right then, Lionel's clothing burst into a cloud of ash. The concentration of anarchic force was at least double here, and though that still left it in the parts per several billion range, it was more than enough to leave Lionel streaking naked in the nude. Visit. For a better user experience with a heavy stomp, Lionel landed on the ground below, his knees instantly suffering from a severe jolt. The ground gave him no leeway whatsoever, causing all the shock to transfer up his bones. If it wasn't for the sturdiness of his body, he would have probably suffered a fracture or two. Have to adjust to this world. Should have used a movement technique to slow myself down. Lionel made a mental note and calculated everything in his mind. After a moment, he felt he understood his limits, at least in this form. Lionel took a step forward after the jolt of shock waned and pressed a palm to the nearest tree. The creature that had attacked earlier was likely still close by, so he didn't want to stay in a single spot for too long. But he needed to understand this before he moved on. This tree is... Lionel understood at that point that he was definitely correct. There had to be another method to trade for this wood. Let alone the difficulty in cutting a tree like this down. Just the idea of trying to hoist it over the 100-meter-tall wall was a daunting task even for him. At that moment, Lionel's gaze suddenly narrowed. It's coming. It's already locked onto me. Visit. For a better user experience. Chapter 1276. Lionel gaze sharpened, his eyes quickly scanning the region. In this dense fog, his internal sight could only stretch out about 5 meters, which was barely beyond his line of sight, which was about 2 meters in this environment. The trouble was that thought it was theoretically better than relying on his eyes, the impact on his stamina was too great. Under normal circumstances, he could continuously use his internal sight passively without much issue. But in this world, not only had a 7th-dimensional pressure restricted his range to an extreme, but the anarchic force also ate away at him rapidly. The only reason Lionel was able to sense the creature was because his instincts had called out to him. He could feel a slimy and slippery internal sight latching onto his body. In fact, he could even read some of the creature's emotions. There was nothing but an endless thirst and hunger. It wanted nothing more than to eat and satiate itself. The feeling was so overwhelming that it leaked into its internal sight, even beginning to affect Lionel's own psyche somewhat. In a moment of distraction, a wild tendril appeared to Lionel's side, whipping down with a force that dispersed the fog for several meters. Lionel regained his bearing, jumping back. The tendril slammed against the ground heavily. After seeing what had happened to that used leg earlier, Lionel was certain that the ground would shatter and erupt out in all directions with countless spiderweb-like cracks. But the reality was very much different. The latest episodes are on the website. The tendril was sent rebounding backward, a cry that sounded somewhat like a pained shout resonating through the forest. Lionel got another wake-up call about just how sturdy the world around him was. That same tendril had blasted a person's leg into a bloody mess seconds ago, but couldn't even cause a crack in the ground. The disparity was glaring. Lionel didn't get much of a chance to think about this, though, as the tendril suddenly gained several companions. One line of black became 6, snaking toward Lionel with blinding speed that left after images in the air. The wind refused to give way, giving each tendril a chorus of wind pressure that assaulted Lionel long before the attack itself landed. Don't have time to play around here. With a tap of his foot, Lionel activated the second awakening of his speed branch once again, slipping by the first 2 tendrils and drawing closer toward the source. The tendrils reacted quickly, one portion sweeping for Lionel's knees and the other for his neck. Lionel jumped into the air, his body flipping horizontally and slipping out the combined high and low attack. The instant he felt his feet hit earth once more, he exploded forward. For a better user experience in that moment, Lionel's force surged throughout his body, a faint red gold pulsing beneath his bronze skin. The feeling was so soothing and relaxing, but the resulting speed was only all the more exaggerated, as though Lionel's blood and force had only just finally circulated properly for the first time. The wind before him burst, shattering as he leapt across the final distance. What Lionel saw when he closed in was quite surprising. It looked like nothing more than a normal wolf. It had gruff gray fur and a sharp snout, not to mention a pair of yellow eyes that reflected something half carnal and half intelligent. However, what felt like a normal beast very quickly became a horror story. With another look, Lionel spotted several pulsing veins of black hidden beneath the wolf's tough exterior fur, something that only just barely caught his attention due to the light reflected in its yellow eyes. To make matters worse, its belly was the worst of it. The stomach of the wolf had burst open, revealing what looked like leaking intestines. Yet, instead of that, what they were instead were the very origin of the tendrils that had been attacking Lionel. It was a sight grotesque beyond words, and it almost made Lionel freeze completely. If it was an odd ability mutation, Lionel could barely accept it. But something told Lionel that this mutation had almost nothing to do with such a thing at all. Whatever had happened to this wolf had likely occurred to the environment around it. The real question was how? For the best no_read_NG experience, were all the beasts here like this? Was it because they had ingested something? Or was this simply what happened when you spent too long in this environment? Or was it a different, unknown Lionel couldn't even begin to speculate on? Despite all these thoughts running through Lionel's brain, his steps only faltered for a moment before they accelerated once again. He entered the close range, the tendrils that surrounded him from all sides being rendered useless for the immediate while. The wolf was only 1.5 meters tall, and it seemed to have lost much of its agility thanks to its new status. Lionel took full advantage, his spear appearing in his hands and piercing forward. A flicker of gold touched its blade, his spear force having seemingly evolved once more. PCHU. The head of the wolf was precisely split in 2. In fact, the range of Lionel's spear was so pure that the force sliced through its entire body even after Lionel came to a grinding halt, bisecting the beast entirely. Lionel immediately checked his spear. If even his spear domain spears were affected, it would be a problem. The spear domain heirloom could probably fix them before they crumbled to ash, but it would be troublesome in a long, drawn-out battle to have to constantly switch between spears. Surprisingly, though, Lionel found that his quasi-silver spear was doing just fine, something that made him raise an eyebrow. Lionel was about to turn his back when his heart suddenly twitched. For the best experience, he shot backward explosively as the belly of the beast erupted, a violent surge of tendrils that looked like a wall of tentacles shooting toward him. Chapter 1277. Lionel's expression turned cold. He thought of many possibilities, most of which centered around a parasitic organism of some sort. Regardless, he would probably have to narrow down exactly what was going on here later. But first, Shuring. Lionel's spear shifted to one hand as he fell backward and activated. In the next moment, his arm's speed flourished, leaving nothing but a blur in the air as it crisscrossed through the dispersing fog. 5 lines were drawn in quick succession, forming the image of a star that shot forward. The wall of tendrils was minced to pieces, sliced apart until nothing but half-dead, wiggling worms of black danced about the forest floor. Lionel's retreat slowed, his mind still on full alert. That technique was technically a sword technique, and he could only execute it with the proper nimbleness if he used a single hand, but it had most definitely done the job. When he had the time, he had to see if the bronze tablet had spear techniques within it that he could use. But for now, this would have to do. After a few moments, Lionel felt confident in the fact there wasn't a next attack coming. The increase to his spear force's strength was far beyond his expectations, but this was definitely a good thing. It felt like his was infinitesimally close to level 3 despite only having recently grasped level 2. Lionel leapt forward, dancing around to avoid touching the tendrils and landing by the corpse of the wolf. He inspected everything from head to toe, but the conclusions he came to were each more baffling than the last. Firstly, this wolf was only at the Tier 1 level of the 5th dimension. The fact it had such strength at such a low level made Lionel several points more serious. It had looked easy for him to defeat, and it was, but when framed to the power level of this wolf, Lionel could be said to have struggled. Visit. For the best no-understanding experience secondly, the tendrils didn't really seem to be a parasite. It and the wolf were one entity. No matter how much Lionel looked, he couldn't find a separation between the two. That last attack must have just been a final desperate attempt by the wolf to feed itself, but it only quickened its death. And that led to the third, shocking realization. Even after bisecting the wolf in two, it had actually not died. In fact, if Lionel was correct, that last burst attack did more to push it toward death than a spear strike had. What a weird beast. Hey, old man, you probably know something about this, right? Asking me? You know this is cheating, right? Nonsense. This is called using the resources you have at hand. They didn't come and take the segmented cube away from me, even though it can survive in this environment. So clearly there's some not so fair rules at play here. Whatever helps you sleep at night, criminal. These are cursed beasts. They're very common in regions with dense anarchic force. Why is that? I thought anarchic force swallowed things. How could it lead to such mutations? The main issue stems from how it reacts with materials and the environment. Within a certain threshold, anarchic force can be resisted. That's why you're not all dead just yet. However, at these concentrations, all sorts of imbalances of force can be created. When you take a higher dimensional herb with fantastical abilities, and you strip away just a portion of the forces that allow it to create those magical effects, then those magical effects can mutate into something completely different. It can make a medicinal herb poisonous. It can make a strengthening herb give you an extra limb. It could even do the opposite sometimes and make a bad thing good. The latest _corsodies are on website. Beasts tend to strengthen themselves by feeding off nature, so they'll suffer from this far more than humans would. It takes expert craftsmen to be able to use materials infected by anarchic force to produce wanted results. Lionel nodded, thinking back to the storefronts of Village 0012. These matters were definitely related. Those weren't just workers, they were skilled crafters, all specialized in working around anarchic force. However, this isn't the sole reason for these mutations. The way beasts strengthen themselves is different from how humans do so. They rely much more on their instincts, and the balance of force in their environment is very important. In a lot of ways, they're like the herbs they consume, relying on very precise measurements of force that anarchic force can easily throw off. With enough time, most end up killing themselves. But those that survive will be far deviated from the creatures they started off as, and they'll also tend to be far more powerful as well. Lionel's brows shot up. Little Black Star, you probably don't have to worry about that, little mink. I don't know how you did it, but it's been evolved with a large amount of void beast blood and has even experienced a perfect integration. There are only two beasts to have ever existed that could be considered to be immune to anarchic force. And one of them is the void beast. What's the other? Lionel asked curiously. Visit. For the best experience, why Star Order didn't answer immediately, but ended up shaking his head. Aren't you on a time crunch, Brad? Why are you standing here asking about irrelevant things far above your pay grade? Those words seemed to jolt Lionel awake. For once, the old man was right. He dashed forward, but came to a grinding halt again after hearing the old man speak once more. Are you an idiot? Why are you leaving the corpse behind? I'm fairly certain this is one of the many materials you can trade in. You could trade that in? Lionel felt his stomach lurch. What other kind of food do you think you're going to find here? Lionel grit his teeth, realizing that the old man was probably right. He really wanted to go and find something more appetizing, but on such a time crunch, he couldn't afford to be so picky. After a moment, he had taken the corpse into a snow globe and moved deeper into the forest. Soon, though, he spotted something very familiar. Visit. For a better user experience on an oddly shaped plant just ahead, numerous oddly shaped ring objects hung upon it like ornaments. Lionel recognized them immediately. These oddly shaped rings were the very same weird spatial rings he had seen everyone using back at the village. For some reason, though, the air felt particularly dangerous in this region. The pull of spatial force was especially strong, as though one wrong step could tear him to pieces. Chapter 1278. So this is where their spatial rings are coming from. How fascinating. I've never come across something like this. To the people of Earth, taking inspiration from nature wasn't something new. There were countless examples of engineers using evolutionary traits of animals and plants in their inventions. But it seemed that things might not be so different in the wider dimensional verse. Lionel wasn't sure what came first between this mysterious bush and spatial rings, but he wouldn't be surprised if the latter required inspiration from the former. Forming a spatial ring was such a complex process, and one of the rare crafts where affinity for the element was almost intrinsically important, so the deduction made sense. This bush is very dangerous, though. To warp space in a seventh-dimensional world is no joking matter. It's hard to tell if ITLL just shift me through some distance or if ITLL tear my body apart. Even the former could be dangerous if it was pulling different parts of my body at different rates. Lionel observed the bush for a moment before stepping forward. His hips swiveled to the side and his body pushed through as though he was pressed up against two walls. He pulled through, hopping onto one leg and ducking his head in the next moment. If others were observing him, he would look as though he was doing some sort of ridiculous ritualistic dance. However, those with a sharp eye for spatial fluctuations would see something very different, something much more akin to a young man walking a tightrope between life and death. And yet, Lionel didn't seem to be flustered in the slightest. After observing the bush for some time, Lionel realized that there were no sudden changes related to this plant. Every influence on space was like a steady flow of water, and any obstructions and snap decisions could be observed. Visit. For the best experience soon, Lionel was within arm's reach of the bush, but he didn't hurry to pick at any of the odd spatial ring constructs. Instead, he continued to flicker around the bush, dodging the changes and fluctuations in space. If I'm correct, I could probably gain a nice amount of merit trading in all the spatial rings of this bush. But judging by this, if I take one, the bush will retaliate. All things considered, making it this close to the bush wasn't much of an issue for Lionel. After all, his current spatial affinity stacked up, well, to most things within the sixth dimension, thanks to the evolution where he had fused his divine armor with. However, this bush was clearly far beyond his capabilities. Though Lionel hadn't tested it, in this world he could probably only teleport a meter or two at most, and he wouldn't even be surprised if it was just half a meter. But this bush had a passive area of effect of at least 10 meters, and this was obviously not its full effort. Any plant or living thing had an innate instinct to protect itself. Obviously, a bush wouldn't have the intelligence of beasts or humans, and its thoughts and senses wouldn't be as flexible, so it had still managed to allow Lionel to get this close. But it would be a different matter entirely if Lionel actually plucked a part of it away. While Lionel was confident in taking one, as most other people had, he would have to retreat immediately. If he got greedy and tried to take a second, he would be putting his own life at risk. However, Lionel had also deduced something else in the moments he observed the bush. Visit. For the best energy experience, firstly, these spatial rings were an integral part of how business was done in the Void Palace. There wasn't a single transaction he witnessed that didn't involve at least one of them. Secondly, after testing it, Lionel realized that even seventh-dimensional spatial rings stood no chance in this environment. From the treasure trove of Y-Star Order, there were 3 spatial devices of that caliber. He had tested his theory on the weakest of them with the smallest space and watched it almost crumble beneath his eyes. This meant that there was a good chance that unless you had a treasure on the level of the segmented cube, these spatial devices would be all you could use in this place. Thirdly, one could never have enough spatial devices. It was too easy to run out of space, and if it wasn't for the fact he had the segmented cube, Lionel would carry around at least 4 or 5 like everyone else did. And fourthly, and maybe one of the more important points, Lionel could tell that the spaces within most of these natural space rings were incredibly small. This branch is divided into 3 main categories. With each surpassing tier, the spatial fluctuations around them only grows. The weakest rings only have a 1 cubic meter space. The middle tier only have an 8 cubic meter space. The largest only have a 27 cubic meter space. If experience hadn't told Lionel that he should hide the segmented cube previously, this most definitely did. In a place where spatial devices were so greatly restricted, Lionel, who had almost unlimited space, would be seen as a prime target. Visit. For a better user experience, when Lionel thought of this, he chuckled. Why was he even wasting his time thinking about this? Keeping a low profile, was that even possible anymore? By the time he returned to Village 0012, he was certain that he would have already become public enemy number 1. If I'm going to be a villain for now, I might as well profit. Lionel's gaze turned a frightening shade of cold, his palm flipping over to reveal his trident spear. In the moment, his muscles bulged and veins coursed all throughout his body. In the next instant, he became nothing more than a blur, moving about so quickly that booms of compressed air ricocheted into the surroundings. Every place he passed by, another sharp line would be cut into the ground before it quickly froze, a radiant foggy blue frost wafting from the ground. Lionel's figure flickered and came to a grinding halt outside the range of the spatial bush. I guess in the Void Palace, there'll be a warrior second, and a force crafter first. Visit. For a better user experience, Lionel grinned. Bang! Spatial rings began to rain from the skies, falling into a neat pile before Lionel. Chapter 1279, published at 12th of October, 2022, 12:28 and 19 seconds p.m. Chapter 1279. Weird shift if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1279. Weird shift. Lionel focused entirely on hunting the spatial bushes, or what he soon learned were called spatial bristle bushes. Spatial bristle bushes were known for their thorn-like protrusions, forming bony structures around its tender leaves and branches. These bony structures would form into tight circles enveloped by sharp spikes. When connected to the spatial bristle bush, these spikes would be very sharp, slicing through flesh as though it was nothing more than butter. In addition, when the bush sensed danger, these invisible spikes would lengthen, skewering everything in its surroundings. Once the defenses of the spatial bristle bush were activated, it would take several days to weeks for it to calm. In fact, as Lionel rushed around, many of the bushes he came across he had no choice but to leave be and abandon because they had already been harassed once, making it more difficult for him to do what he needed to do. However, this didn't deter Lionel very much. These bushes weren't very rare, and due to his spatial affinity, he could sense them from further away than his internal sight and eyes could. Just rushing around for a few hours, Lionel found 4 bushes in a relaxed state, though he was obstructed by almost 10 that were very much not relaxed. If others saw what Lionel was doing, they would be shocked. Most had to scratch and claw for just a single spatial device, but Lionel had almost 150 now, each of various degrees of rarity. However, to Lionel, his process was quite simple, especially with the increase to computational ability. The first thing he had done was form an artistic conception around the spatial bristle bush using Camelot's magic system. This sort of formation was a step deeper than even a dream sculpt would be, as it dove into the very foundation of the bush's being. Once this construct was finished, Lionel had a practically infallible representation of how the bush would read and react in any sort of situation. With this in mind, he formed a perfect counter, relying on his dark ice divine armor to draw the force art around it. This chapter upload first at NovelBin.com. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. Lionel was very much used to using clashing concepts of space to get what he wanted. Back when he fought the Puppet Master, he had used the teleportation formations of White City and Kefir City. By using the push and pull effect of both teleportation formations working against and with one another, he had been able to freeze the region between the two cities and even kept White City suspended in the air long enough for him to stroll out as he pleased. Lionel had accomplished that feat with less spatial affinity, less experience, and far less intelligence and computational ability than he had now. Not to mention all while fighting an existence that was far beyond himself in strength. So what could he accomplish now? The answer was quite simple, a lot more. Lionel used the strength of the spatial bristle bush against itself. His own spatial affinity was far less than that of the bush, so he couldn't possibly expect to do anything outstanding. But what he could do was slow it down just a little bit. In its lulled state, the bushes were in enough of a calm that Lionel's petty tricks worked on it. Using a force art, he slowed the movement of space around the bush just to the point where it practically froze over, causing cracks of glass to appear in the air. The bush would immediately recognize this as a threat to its safety. But due to the fact it was reacting on instinct and not intelligence, it wouldn't realize that it was actually pushing and pulling against itself. This would set off an enormous chain reaction that would overextend the spatial bristle bush, causing its more fragile leaves and branches to be torn apart by its own strength. In an irony of all ironies, the only part of it that would survive the destruction were the only parts of its design to be its defenses in the first place, the spatial bristles. This chapter upload first at NovelBin.com. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelBin.com to experience faster update speed without its core and essentially losing its life. The spatial bristles would become harmless, looking like bone shards fashioned into makeshift rings like some sort of arts and craft project result. Along the way, Lionel ran into many more beasts, but as he hadn't traveled very far into the forest, they remained relatively weak and easy to handle. After just 2 hours, he returned to the wall of black logs, exhaling an even breath. 320 spatial bristle rings. This should be enough to trade for what I need. Lionel didn't like the idea of relying on just a single plan, though. He had invested 2 hours into this and could have invested more, but putting your eggs in one basket was foolhardy no matter how certain he was. Plus, he was sure there would be more opportunities to exploit those bushes in the future. Lionel once again placed a palm on the trees that lined the outer reaches of the forest. The ones here were the shortest and weakest of them all. If one wanted to cut any of them down, this would definitely be the best choice. There were only two options Lionel thought he had here. One was to use something sharper than this tree could withstand. Two was to rely on his Scarlet Star Force. The issue was that he didn't know if either was viable. First, he didn't have a weapon sharp enough. Even if he took the risk to claim a quasi-gold peak spear right now, it probably still wouldn't be enough alone. And second, if he was only planning on using a passive comprehension of destruction, it wouldn't nearly be enough either, and he had no intention of injuring himself so severely by using it actively. It seems like the only option is a combination of both. There's an hour left. Let's see how far these spatial bristle rings get me first. Lionel's figure flickered, a road of white gold appearing beneath his feet as he shot into the skies, running up the side of the black log. When he got to the other side, though landing much more softly after learning his lesson, he immediately felt the weird shift in the atmosphere. Chapter 1280. Published at 12th of October, 2022, 12:28 and 16 seconds p.m. Chapter 1280. Next LN line if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1280. Next LN line. Lionel could easily feel the gazes on him. There weren't many who were still leaping the black log wall at this point, and it could even be said that he was the only one. It was far too easy to spot him. The moment he landed on the ground, he could feel several internal sights surge toward him, causing his brow to raise. These people were quite brazen. He had gone out of his way not to antagonize anyone with his own internal sight, but it was clear they had no intention of showing him the same courtesy. Piss off. Bang. A muffled and invisible surge whipped about the surroundings. Lionel manipulated his internal sight with the artistic conception of the imploded spatial bristlebush and laced it with concepts of destruction. The instant the wall of surging internal sights entered his range, they coiled back reflexively, a pained sort of retreat one would expect from touching a stove that was too hot ensuing. Lionel swept a gaze through the village, his eyes suffused with a hardly hidden coldness. The perpetrators were nowhere to be found, but this was to be expected. They probably thought they didn't even have to step outside their cabins in order to probe him. This chapter upload first at NovelBin.com. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed still. If it had been just a normal, casual prod, Lionel wouldn't have cared so much. However, there was a very intentional sort of brazenness to it. Ever since Wise Star Order had mentioned how good the soul was at revealing things the eyes otherwise couldn't, Lionel had been paying more attention to these things. It was also much easier for him to do so, considering the fact that he had managed to sense and awaken his own soul, in a sense thanks to the spirituals. When he had fought with the cursed wolf, he had been able to sense its overwhelming hunger. In fact, every cursed beast he had come across seemed to have a certain emotion amplified to an extreme degree as well. And now, when faced with all of those internal sights, he had grasped their emotions as well. Disdain, disregard, contempt, indifference. There was even some righteous indignation and real anger mixed in. Lionel already had a few guesses as to why that was, but that didn't mean he would just allow people to trample all over him because they felt like it. If he had allowed them to probe him, not only would he come off weak, but it would also reveal his gains from the last 2 hours. He had no intention of doing anything of the sort. He began to walk forward, his expression not giving anything away. With a thought, he reached out to Little Black Star and saw that the situation over there was basically the same. But it also seemed that their clothing wouldn't hold out for much longer either. The current Lionel had used some of the tailoring skills he had learned from his father's training program to weave together a beast skin skirt for himself. The beasts had survived just fine in this region, so their fur and coats were greatly resistant as well. He looked out of place walking through the village like this, as anyone who could kill and defeat the beasts out there had long since traded for their own uniforms, but he didn't care. The first thing Lionel did was head to one of the storefronts. This place sold both beast meat and doubled as tailoring shop, likely because the materials that made up their uniforms came from the beast skins to begin with. It was also possible that they relied on some herbs as well, but Lionel didn't really care about what the process was. This chapter upload first at NovelBin.com. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelBin.com to experience faster update speed. He found himself a place in line and fell into silence. Several gazes shifted toward him, but as usual, the store was most silent aside from shuffling and the occasional whisper. Everyone in this village seemed to take their words as golden, and even the exchanges happened in silence. It could only be said that the Void Palace did almost too good of a job in knocking these geniuses down a peg. Lionel remembered reading in a work of fiction that most armies worked this way, whittling down one's sense of individuality and sense of self until all you dared to do was obediently follow orders. He had always thought that this was an exaggeration and that no good army could possibly be raised that way. In his mind, the foundation of an army was a good leader and cool uniforms. But there was clearly no leader here, and even the uniforms they as rookies were left with were nowhere near as amazing as the ones those sector-ranked disciples had worn. Instead, everyone looked like they were walking around in shirt and pants little better than rags. If you remove context and told Lionel that this was a slave encampment, he would believe it. The line continued to move slowly. Despite Lionel believing that the crafters were actually working quite quickly, it still took a minute or two per person. By the time it was finally Lionel's turn, a little over 10 minutes had passed, leaving him with 50 until his deadline. Though everyone else hadn't spoken, Lionel didn't really have much of a choice but to speak. After all, he still didn't know anything about the exchange rates or what he could even trade for here. That said, he was still fairly confident that he had enough to get what he needed, especially after seeing the poverty of everyone else. Hello, I have some resources to exchange. Might I know what the rates are? Lionel smiled lightly, looking toward the young lady behind the counter. She looked like she was in her mid-20s and was only tall enough to come up to Lionel's chest. Her hair was done up in a serious ponytail without a single strand out of place, and she had piercing gray eyes that met Lionel's own indifferently. Lionel's smile couldn't help but fade a bit when he realized the young woman didn't answer him. She looked toward him for only a moment more before looking past him entirely, her gaze landing on the person to Lionel's back. Obviously, she was asking for the next in line. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 1281. Published at 12th of October, 2022, 12:28 and 15 seconds p.m. Chapter 1281. Leash if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1281. Leash Lionel's gaze only narrowed for a moment, but the dangerous feeling that gripped his neck was near instantaneous. He hadn't even moved or said anything, but it was as though the warning was already prepared. No, it was more like someone was hoping and praying that he would do something, as though this was exactly the sort of moment they were waiting for. Lionel was under no illusions that he could already defeat a Void Palace disciple. He wasn't enough of a fool to have lost his head in such a way. At the same time, he also didn't believe that this young woman didn't have an answer for him. She wasn't answering because she didn't feel like it. Or, more accurately, she wasn't answering because she didn't want to. That same air of disdain and disregard was carried with that dangerous feeling around his neck. The gap between himself and this woman was large enough that Lionel knew he wouldn't even last a few exchanges, but that only made the feeling all the more potent. These crafters hadn't had much respect for the rookies in this village to begin with. This was probably just an easy way for them to accumulate void points. But, for whatever reason, they were especially disdainful of Lionel. Lionel himself, though, didn't flinch or retreat. In fact, his smile only completely faded away, a certain lofty indifference coloring his irises as he looked down toward the woman before him. He didn't say a word. He only seemed to memorize this individual's face before his gaze shifted toward the other two store clerks. But neither of them even looked his way. It was as though these matters didn't have the slightest thing to do with them. It all summed up to one thought. He had wasted 10 precious minutes. Lionel turned and left the store without a word. The next place he went to was the smithy. If he couldn't secure uniforms, he had to, at the very least, try and secure weapons for everyone. That would be their true lives' blood in this place. Lionel had been out there already. Even if you could do so, defeating those beasts with nothing more than your hands was too dangerous. The contamination of anarchic force would increase by several orders of magnitude, and the result could be catastrophic. Lionel had made such a mistake before when a hint of a creature's blood touched his skin, and his situation could have turned for the worst if it wasn't for the fact he had cleansing waters with him. In such an environment, without a weapon that could actually survive in this land, you would be finished. But once again, he wasted 10 minutes. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. To experience faster update, speed the gaze of one of the burly and shirtless store clerks met his own. However, instead of remaining silent like the young woman had, his mouth actually opened to speak. Crawl out of my shop while you still have legs to do so. Lionel's irises flickered with crimson, a sudden heat searing to life above his right hip. The temperature of the smithy rose just the slightest measure, but it was an uncomfortable sort of heat, the kind that only occurred when the air was particularly moist and every rising degree latched onto your skin and suffocated your sweat glands. In this sort of heat, even breathing felt uncomfortable and every inch of clothing felt unbearable. Lionel was usually quite good at controlling his temper, at least when it was related to matters of himself. So long as such things didn't include his family and friends, biding his time and striking back in the most lethal of ways only when the moment was right was his status quo. But for some reason, he found it especially hard to do this now. He had no idea how he made it out of that shop without letting his rage burn. This might have sounded like a throwaway line or an exaggeration, but it was actually the raw truth. Lionel dulled his senses to an extreme, using dream sense, smothering the rolling flames in his chest, turned on his heel, and walked out without a word. Others might have taken this sort of opportunity to sneer, but such individuals wouldn't have noticed the vacant look in his eyes, almost as though he was no longer even in control of his own body. The next store Lionel visited sold food and water. Those in higher dimensions could usually spend longer than those in lower dimensions without food, and this was thanks to force. It was the control over these mysterious energies they had that could make up for a whole host of things, including food and sleep. However, in an environment that fought back against you like this one, force couldn't be casually diverted to the upkeep of the body. It was too focused on keeping you alive under the assault of the poison in the air. Lionel had eaten not long ago, and he could already feel that he would maybe last a day more before hunger set in once again. Unfortunately, it was yet another 10 minutes wasted. As though a glutton for punishment, Lionel still chose to go to the final store. This wasn't because he was a fool. Rather, he owed it to the others to at least check. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. To experience faster update, speed this final storefront was for medicine and healthcare. This was the only place most who got infected and gained severe injuries could go, and it was also the only place that sold herbs and pills that could counter anarchic force. While being cut off from all the others could still leave one room for survival, if they were resourceful and careful enough, not to mention willing to weather the humiliation of being without clothes. Being cut off from this one was akin to sentencing a person to death. Being rejected from this place was akin to these people saying they wanted him dead. 20 minutes he waited. 20 minutes he waited to confirm this truth. The line for this place was the longest of them all, and for good reason at that. When Lionel made it to the front of the line, he found a woman with green hair and irises that fused into the whites of her eyes. It was clear that she was blind, or at least she appeared to be so, but Her demeanor was no less momentous than all the other disciples. Leave. Those were the simple words she spoke without the slightest hint of change in her expression. By this point, Lionel was no longer using dream sense. The corners of his lips angled downward, and his lips pursed as he nodded his head. His entire expression seemed to read, "Okay, no problem." Lionel turned around for the fourth time and stood in the middle of the village square. He closed his eyes and took a slight breath. 10 minutes. That was all that was left of the hour he had remaining when he returned. His hands slid into his pockets, his head tilting up to the skies as his eyes remained closed. He couldn't seem to sense the glances of satisfaction that landed on him in the slightest. In the skies, Cornelius felt another headache coming on. You just took away everything a madman had to lose. What the hell are you going to use as his leash now? Author's note below. Chapter 1282. Published at 12th of October, 2022, 12:28 and 13 seconds p.m. Chapter 1282. Masterful. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1282. Masterful. Lionel's heart beat at a steady rhythm. His head tilted up to the skies. He seemed indifferent to it all for a moment, but it was only for a moment. In the next, a wide grin spread across his face. The feeling was all too familiar. Down a single score, with the entire field to go, the ball in his hands, and everything dancing upon his palms, moving rhythmically under his control. He never loved playing football, but whenever those moments came, something within him would awaken. His mind would become sharper, his arm would become stronger, his gaze would become more piercing. But now, those stakes were even higher. What was the worst that could happen on a football field? At worst, he would just lose the game and a blemish would be found on his perfect record. But what would happen here? His dreams would be cut off. His friend would suffer tragic fates and likely die. He would be humiliated, shamed, buried beneath stares of disdain and reminders of his own incompetence. That sort of feeling made his blood rush. It made his mind elevate to another level. His body tensed, then relaxed. His fingers flexed and stretched. The howling of his heart left a reverberating but subtle beating quake dancing through the air. And then he vanished. When Lionel appeared again, he stood at the outskirts of the village, his eyes having snapped open to reveal two blinding orbs of violet, his hair standing on end and his aura blazing. His arms stretched out as though he was the conductor of an orchestra, little Tolliver appearing even as the corpses of dozens of beasts appeared at his feet. Lionel's gaze seemed to glaze over, his pupils flickering back and forth with an unfathomable speed, ricocheting back and forth within his eye sockets as though playing a game of pinball. Little Tolly wrapped around the corpse of a wolf, rising it up into the air. By that point, Lionel's palm had already flipped over, a spear appearing in his hands and flickering with a radiant gold spear force. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext. To experience faster update speed. His hand became nothing more than a blur, sweeping forward with such force that it wasn't even immediately obvious what sort of cut he had made. However, in the next instant, little Tolly seemed to have already reacted, pincering itself into the cut Lionel had formed and squeezing itself beneath the layer that separated skin and flesh. In the blink of an eye, the beast was suddenly stripped of its furry coat. Blood rained through the air, but just as quickly as it appeared, globules of cleansing waters manifested beneath Lionel's deft control. In one movement of his wrists, the pelt was washed of all blood and anarchic force, and in another movement, little Tolly was surrounded and completely cleansed. The contaminated cleansing waters were jetted out into the distance, but Lionel had already moved on long before it could even hit the ground. He repeated this exact same process dozens of times, his fingers forming whipping sounds in the air as they struck downward at an inconceivable speed, leaving nothing but blurs and cracks of wind in their wake. By this point, many of the youths of the Three-Pillar sector had awoken from their meditation to see what was happening. Though they were still about a day away from adjusting to the climate completely, they at least looked far better than they had in the past. At the very least, they could split their attention now as their bodies continued to acclimate, but seeing what was before them, many were completely unsure of how to react. Oddly enough, the only one who kept her eyes closed the entire time was Aina. If it wasn't for the light smile slowly spreading across her face, one would have thought that there may very well have been something wrong with her. But, just the same, Lionel reacted as though he hadn't noticed any changes in his surroundings at all, the speed of his hands and fingers only becoming faster as his gaze blazed a brighter and brighter light. Held up by little Tali, dozens of pieces of fabrics hung in the air. Lionel's mind flickered through the dream clone images of his companions, mapping out the most efficient method to use the pelts that hung before him, a process that took no more than just a single split second. Huh! Lionel's spear left sizzling whistles throughout the air as it snaked forward. Everywhere it passed by, another piece of fur would be cut down to size. In a blink, his spear had vanished, replaced by the delicate coil of a forest crafter's quill. This chapter upload first at NovelBin.com. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed compared to his other equipment. This quill had fallen the furthest behind. Its feather was a bit ruffled, the delicate outline of its black body and golden veins had dulled, and its tip had been ground down beneath continuous usage. And yet, when it hit Lionel's hand, nesting into his fingers and gently waving beneath the wind, despite the fact it knew this would be the last time it could work together with Lionel like this, it seemed to sing, its body releasing a radiant glow as though a final outcry to the world. The torches of Lionel's irises bloomed. He could feel that tug, a concept that had just barely eluded him before awakening right that moment. I will make sure the last craft you leave to this world is masterful. Lionel's wrist left an elegant arc through the air, a line of gold following his every pen stroke as a dense fog of violet hung around him, growing in size with every passing moment until the point of miniature humanoid creation emerged from his forehead. With a final flicker, Lionel's crafter's quill crumbled to ash, dancing into the wind and vanishing into the hovering pieces of fabric. A steamy breath left Lionel's lips, his heart pulsing with a steady rhythm. Little Tolliver's body seemed to vanish, concentrating into a long and thin sewing needle. Lionel's force erupted, forming a thin line of thread that sparkled in the dark atmosphere. Chapter 1283. Published at 12th of October, 2022, 12:28 and 11 seconds p.m. Chapter 1283. These materials, if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1283. These materials. It seemed impossible, and yet Lionel's fingers only became faster and faster. The striking melody of his digits was so great that the air pressure rebounded against the tough ground, causing two hearty sounds to follow every single downstroke. Every movement he made was another unique and perfectly executed command to little Tali. Their synergy reached another level, and the little metal spirit moved about so quickly that it seemed as though it didn't have any limits. Little Tali had felt the final moment of the crafter's quill as well. Fueled by some unknown power and strength, the little guy went all out, its silvery body flickering with a subtle bluish hue that gave it all the more depth and character. The sewing needle little Tali had concentrated itself into, and the thin line of four-string Lionel had formed fused into one, the latter becoming the tail of the former. With this connection secured, little Tali whizzed in and out of the fabric, sewing pieces together and formulating clothing of perfect proportions. Every time one finished, it would shoot out toward the person it was meant for, landing perfectly in their laps without the slightest issue. It was a tailoring technique that stood above others. Using little Tali as a guide and his own four-string as the fuser, fabrics could be seamlessly combined as though they were always one. It completely eliminated weak points in a craft, and, if the crafter was skilled enough, could even make it a strong point. The technique could be used on more than just fabrics as well. It could weld together metals and any inorganic materials Lionel might have to work with. Of course, it could only do this thanks to little Tolly's intrinsic property and would be much weaker in the hands of someone who didn't have a metal spirit. But this wasn't exactly something Lionel had to worry about in the slightest. A rectangular strip of fabric bent around itself and formed the shape of a tube top. Little Tolly shot out from its bottom, winding up through it like a corkscrew and sewing both halves together. Blazing trails of blue were left in every which direction, numerous corkscrew-like formations being left hovering in the air long after little Tolly had long since left. Bang! The final strip completed. Still in a state of hyperactivity, Lionel began to put his own on. Every piece that touched his body seemed to carry an enigmatic air to it, making his blood rush. He felt that without a doubt. This was his greatest craft completed to this point despite the poor materials he had on hand. First came the bottoms. Lionel didn't seem to care in the slightest as he took his original beast skirt off, slipping on a new pair. Then he put on the ankle braces and the wrist braces before finally slipping on a thin band that wrapped about his torso, just below his chest. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. To experience faster update, speed to fur was always a deep gray to black and didn't cover much skin at all. But a pulsing sort of power seemed to rise when all the pieces were put together as one. And that was when it happened. A rushing black force surged out from the clothing. What sounded like the clink of armor resounded, alternating between a foggy blackness and the corporeal. Lionel's hair and face were enveloped by this black fog, the former seeming to grow out like a dancing river. His hands grew a size, becoming demonic claws, and his back suddenly began to grow out long tendrils of darkness, eerily similar to the preferred method of attack used by a particular cursed beast. Deep within the fog that now covered Lionel's hair and face, two orbs of red now hovered, seeming to pierce through any and everything before it. Power rushed through Lionel's as he raised his leg, stomping down hard. Slowly but surely, walls of earth began to rise, forming two protected sections. Change here. Beneath the black fog, Lionel's voice sounded several octaves too low, as though he was truly reaching out from the depths of hell. But, just as he said this, the cloak vanished beneath his command, revealing the figure of a young man wrapped in beast cloth as though what happened previously had never happened. The youths looked from Lionel to the beast clothing in their hands. Did these really produce that? That strength, where had it come from? How had he done it? Was such a thing even possible? No, maybe that wasn't what they should be focusing on at all, let alone possible. How had it been done in such a short amount of time? For minutes. He had used just 4 minutes. Lionel slowly walked back into Village 0012. Despite the short amount of time he had left, it didn't seem like his steps were hurried in the slightest, almost as though he had all the time in the world remaining. The eyes that were on him now had changed drastically from just 5 minutes ago. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. To experience faster update speed fear. Apprehension, wariness. These emotions suffused the air, and Lionel's indifference wasn't doing anything to help it in the slightest. Little Tolly bobbed above Lionel's shoulder, changing shape as it pleased and picking forms that only seemed more sinister with every passing moment. First the little one was a wolf, then a tiger, then a menacing grizzly bear, before finally becoming a silver dragon, coiling about Lionel's body before resting its head on his shoulders. No one seemed to understand what Lionel wanted to do, but that only made them more apprehensive. With how cruel this place was, couldn't he just snatch whatever he wanted from anyone them passing by? Even if the store clerks acted to stop him, there was only so far they would be allowed to take this. This was supposed to be a challenge for rookies. It wouldn't be much of a challenge if upper-year students could just act as they pleased. It was then that Lionel's body vanished. But What happened next was something that no one could have possibly guessed. Even Cornelius rose a palm to his forehead, closing his eyes and sighing. Bang! Lionel landed on top of the smithy, his heavy weight causing the shoddy construction to wave back and forth. He rose an arm into the air that instantly became enveloped by black fog, forming an enormous demonic claw as little Tolly snaked forward. Bang! Lionel's claws shot and clamped down, pulling at the highest log that formed the smith's roof and ripping it from its seams. He cast a gaze down, finding many pairs of eyes looking up from within the smithy with incredulous expressions on their faces. None of them could believe what they were seeing with their own eyes. However, rubbing them didn't seem to change what was taking place in the slightest. Lionel's gaze met the very craftsman who had told him to roll out. His gaze filled with a dense coldness as he hoisted the log onto his shoulder before reaching down again and ripping out another thick log from the ceiling of the smithy. These materials, he'll be taking them. Anarchic force rushed into the smithy and down into the protective curtains, ruining the crafts they had been working on. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.